of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, if I could get a motion to adopt today's agenda.
Move approval of the agenda.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstain? That passes unanimously. Now it's time for council member announcements. I just wanted to especially thank the staff and all the public and all of our safety personnel who came last Wednesday to our second annual Yountville Night Out. Great success. We had, I call them parties, but they were block parties that it was just so much fun. We kind of went around and we made some introductions, and the horses were there. It was just a lot of fun. So thanks to everybody who made it such a great success, and especially to our staff. There's a lot of work that goes in, from designing the T-shirts to getting the tables out. So the residents were very appreciative. So thanks for that. Any other council member announcements? Sure. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I echo that about Yountville Night Out. Thank you for the packets that you made with COAD. I did pick up about a dozen yesterday for my side of town. Thanks to Director Ferns for helping us out the next day, going into garbage cans to find glasses that were thrown away accidentally by diligent people cleaning up. So thanks. That was above and beyond. For Napa Valley Transportation Association, I want to read a press release. Starting Saturday, August 16, Vine Transit will expand its popular Route 29 Napa-BART connector to include a Saturday service offering 9 round trip between Napa and the El Cerrito del Norte BART station. The added Saturday service will make it easier to plan a car-free day in San Francisco or the East Bay, or better yet, for us in wine country, Bay Area residents will be able to spend the weekend in Napa car-free. With a direct route from Redwood Park and Ride and El Cerrito del Norte BART station, riders have a new, affordable, and sustainable way to explore the Bay Area. And both Vine and BART use Clipper cards for rider experience. This new service is made possible through a partnership between the NVTA, MTC, and the County of Napa. It will operate as a pilot program between August 25th and June 2026, at which time its performance and community impact will be evaluated to determine next steps.
And just, I remembered one more last announcement. The Residents Bash this year will be later this month on August 22nd at the Community Center. And I think Sam, maybe at the end of our meeting, will have some more updates about that. So mark your calendars, and it should be a lot of fun.
Mayor?
Yes.
One more announcement. On August 20th, just before the Residents Bash, from 6 to 8 p.m., the county staff will be coming to the community center to present the Regional Climate Action and Adaptation Plan so far. And it's a great opportunity for us as council people to hear some of the issues and some of the ways that we're going to address climate initiatives in the county. And so it's an invitation to all the residents, and I'm sure other people in the surrounding areas are very much welcome to that too.
Do you have a time?
6 to 8 p.m.
Thank you.
Mayor, just had a quick thank you too. I also wanted to thank staff for Yountville Night Out. It was fun. We were on Yount Street, and thank you to I guess Irene Jenny and Councilmember Reeves for sponsoring our event there. And I also wanted to as well thank Congressman Thompson for coming to the community and visiting. I think he enjoyed being able to see all of us in our different neighborhoods. And I also wanted to thank Sheriff Ortiz for talking about the high-low siren that we have in town to use in case of emergencies. And they had a vehicle there that allowed us to hear what that sounds like. And so it was good to be able to include that in our program. So thank you, everyone, for a great evening.
And one last announcement. Next Wednesday is the we're going to have a ribbon cutting for our new outdoor kitchen behind the community center, and that starts at 4 p.m. So come on out, and I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about that from maybe our town clerk at the end of the meeting. Now it's really exciting. A few meetings ago, the council approved a brand new position for our town staff, which is the Deputy Director of Marketing and Economic Development, and we have hired an employee. Her name is Beverly Wilmore to fill that position. And Town Manager, would you like to make some introductions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It was actually, I think, in May in the mid-cycle budget when you approved this new position, and now here we are in August, and it's nice to see Natalie and Bev sitting next to each other. And Bev, why don't you come up to the mic, because I'm going to ask you to say a few words. But she will work under Director Gady in terms of communications, and myself. We're going to work closely on economic development, and I think that we can safely say that this has been a commitment from the council since I've been here, and I think defining it is always an interesting act of, and I think now that I've been here a couple years, I think, having listened to all of you talk about economic development, I feel like Bev is the perfect person to, work with our businesses while we balance the needs of our residents and we make sure that Yountville stays vibrant. And obviously, I always talk about managing the top line, which is the general fund revenues, which is what, sort of makes many of the things go in this town. But I think having come from Meritage in Napa, having experience there, having spent most of your career in the Bay Area, and I'll let you expand on that, it just seemed like a perfect fit. And then to be aligned with Natalie starting as the new president, replacing Whitney at the chamber. Bev's heard me say this so many times. We have this mission statement, which is Yountville Focus, but the alignment of our marketing dollars, between what the town invests, through the chamber and now with you, what the hotels invest in terms of getting people to Yountville, what Visit Napa Valley invests, and you can go to Visit California and beyond. But having one person that's dedicated to that will, I think, be really a long-term investment for the community that'll pay off and provide, all of the things that we really appreciate here in Yountville. So welcome, and tell the community a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Thank you very much. And Madam Mayor and the town council members, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm certainly very excited about stepping into this new role as Deputy Director of Marketing and Economic Development for the town of Yountville. My onboarding has been absolutely amazing. The team here at the town have been very, very welcoming, as has the business community and the residents. My area of concentration over the past month that I've been here has been focus and alignment. And I look at our town manager because he has that ingrained in my brain already. Focus and alignment with the Yountville Chamber of Commerce, with Visit Napa Valley, and the businesses, and like I said, the residential community. So I'm really excited about being here. A couple of people have asked me my background. How did I arrive here? Well, I've had about 6 years in the Napa Valley area. I worked for Silverado Vineyards when it was owned by the Miller family, and I created a community outreach and engagement program. And so from there, I was recruited onto the Meritage Resort. And the reason why I was recruited is that they needed someone to really help build the programming for the resort guests. But what they found was that, in fact, we could cast our net wider and bring in business into Napa Valley from some of the neighboring communities. And that's really where we start looking at the increase of heads and beds. And from there, of course, your town manager and also your deputy director of communications sat down with me and talked about some of the goals and objectives for growth and sustainability for the Yountville area. So I'm really happy to be a part of this. I'm happy to and encouraged and excited to roll up my sleeves and build meaningful momentum in the town of Yountville. So thank you very much for the time.
Welcome. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to open up public comment. This is a public comment period for anything that is not on today's agenda. Do we have any public? Seeing none, I will close this public comment period and move on to our consent calendar. We have 6 items on our consent calendar. Do we have any public comment on our consent calendar this evening? Seeing none, I will ask the council if we can get a motion in a second.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from council on any items they want to bring up on the consent calendar?
Mayor?
Yes.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Councilmember Knight.
Just a quick thank you for on item 8D for Sandy Fagan and Carol Fink stepping back up again to serve on the Town of Yountville Community Foundation. So thank you for their continued involvement in the community.
Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Knight took exactly what I was going to say, so
Okay. All right.
beat me.
Great. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? That passes unanimously. So we have no guest presentations for this afternoon, but we do have 3 public hearings. The first public hearing, we will be adopting a resolution to approve a design review for a project located at 6526 Yount Street. And now that I've announced the item, I'd like to ask the council if there are any disclosures or conflicts of interest.
Madam Mayor, I believe I have a conflict because I live, I forget if it's 1,000, I forget the exact distance, but I'm
500.
within the red circle.
Yeah, the red circle is
My home
500.
is within the red circle, so I will
Yeah.
have to recuse myself.
And I will be following Councilmember Tripp out of the room too, because I also, that property touches a small amount of my property, so I also have a similar conflict. And I will be running the public hearing to our Vice Mayor. So thank you very much. We'll be back when this item's
We'll
over.
reach out to you when we're ready. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So this is for a resolution conditionally approving the design review application for a project located at 6526 Yount Street. We want to open the public hearing here. And first, I'm going to ask our planning director and staff for their report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be turning it over to contract planner Carrie Sponstrom, who will be presenting this item this afternoon.
Thank you, Aaron. And get my screen up. Good evening, council members, Vice Mayor and council members who haven't recused themselves. It's good to see you again. I am here today to present a sort of small project submitted by the Bardessono Hotel at 6526 Yount Street. The proposal is for an addition on the second floor of the spa building, which is kind of highlighted the square around the campus is highlighted. That is their site, or their full site, including the park and the affordable housing that was originally part of their site. And the star is locating where that the spa building and the proposed location for the fitness center is. The center is 588 square feet, and they are also proposing modifications to some of the furniture cabanas on the pool deck. Those are considered furniture and not subject to design review, but the applicants did want to make sure the town knew all of the various things that they were intending to do. The applications required for this include design review, at review and recommendation from the ZDRB, and approval by the town council, since it is a commercial site, and the California Environmental Quality Act review, under which it is exempt as a minor alteration under section 15301, and as a common sense won't be causing significant environmental impacts under 15061B3. The fitness center is in the Bardessono Hotel, the affordable housing, as well as the park, were all one parcel when it was created. The original development agreement and town council approval of the master development permit and a number of other various entitlements was in the early 2000s, 2004, 2006 for the original approvals. At that time, it was zoned residential scaled commercial, but was rezoned to be a PD or planned development zoning district. And that was due to the mixes of uses. Obviously, the hotel is a hospitality site. The affordable housing and the park, all different uses. And so the zoning for a planned development zone is set at the time of the master development plan. And that approval is by council and allows some flexibility within the zoning. When items aren't necessarily stated in the planned development zoning, then the underlying residential scale commercial district is pointed to be looked at in some of the zoning requirements. The site on the second floor of the spa building is actually currently a fitness center. The current fitness center is covered by a temporary structure, but it does have the same general equipment off to the side of the pool deck. The kind of history behind that is they did have the fitness center on the south side, just to the south, at the southern edge by the community center parking lot. And that was causing some noise issues to the adjacent suites. So they had come to council previously for approval to relocate that or to change that area into a lounge area for the adjacent suites. That project was under construction last time I was in town. I'm not sure if it's complete or not yet, but that is underway. And then the fitness center is relocated to the pool deck. They have had that there for some time, and so within that same footprint, they are requesting to be able to do a permanent structure, built structure, and do a formal addition to the building. These are some existing photos of that second floor. You can see actually one of the cabanas off to the left, but you can see the temporary tent, as well as what is the only second story element right now, which is restroom and kind of refreshment facility. And you can see that in both of the photos. The proposed addition would generally mimic and be the same materials and same style as the existing second floor element. So on the screen, this is just a general zoomed in floor plan. Again, the equipment itself is either existing or within an existing footprint, may be replaced as part of with a new treadmill. But otherwise, it's what is already there. It would have windows on two sides, one to the north and one to the west, as well as a sliding kind of fold away door on the south side facing the pool. I did want to include some pictures of that site. It's very difficult to see from off-site, which is, from a design view perspective, a good thing, because it means the changes to the community would be fairly non-existent. So sort of pointing to where that second story and the tent is. The larger picture is right at the curb and right at the sidewalk, and then the other that we're close in is at their entry court. From the housing side, from the north, you can see the tent structure. So from that perspective, you would be able to see, but it's fairly de minimis. The new structure as well, it would be the same height, general height and footprint. From the actual, and this was from the housing parking lot directly north of the site, it's actually screened by some of the vegetation on the housing site as well as the hotel site. And finally, this is from right adjacent to the fitness center, looking north, and you can kind of get a sense of the residential windows that would have smaller views of this. Again, there are other building elements between the two, as well as vegetation. This is probably the best view is from the eastern kind of service driveway at the hotel, looking up. And again, that's a service entry and on the hotel site, not a public right-of-way. Again, the materials proposed would be stained cedar siding, painted metal bands, similar to the existing, and then the Core 10 panel at the base, and concrete block. And so this picture actually looks more like what it would look like, I think, than the actual drawings. Although the applicant is here and would be able to show the drawings to you if you desire, but they are also in your packet. When we discussed as a town team with various departments, one of the only issues with the project is wanting to make sure construction management is handled appropriately. The Public Works department has had some complaints and some issues with the current project on the south side of the hotel with construction parking in the community center parking lot. And so we did request a parking management plan, especially since they would be staging on that much of the construction equipment and vehicles on the that utility site, which is staff parking. And when they did provide that to us, you can see that the 7 spaces for staff parking would be used for staging. And so they are proposing a arrangement to park at the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So we have added that as a requirement in the proposed conditions of approval, as well as really being diligent about the fact that the unloading and loading of materials from the right-of-way needs to be coordinated with Public Works and requires their approval. And they certainly have a process for that through their encroachment permit process. The ZDRB review last month had no issues with the design or the additional square footage. They did agree with staff regarding the requirements for the construction management and the parking management, and we're glad to see that there was some forethought about this, since it's a known issue with the other project. But with that, they did unanimously adopt a resolution recommending the town council approve the application. And so we are here before you today, obviously holding a public hearing with the staff and ZDRB recommendation to approve Resolution 2530, to approve the design review application for the project exempt under CEQA sections 15301 and 15061B3, with the key conditions related to the construction management plan requirements, loading and offloading to minimize traffic and parking congestion, and that no construction parking be allowed, or construction or staff parking. They have to have that plan to do it at other facilities like the church, and that no parking be allowed at the city parking lots, including the community center lot, as well as obviously Town Hall's lot. And that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions when appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much, Carrie. At this time, we want to ask the applicant, I understand you're here, to come up and provide us with your name, please, and then we have up to 15 minutes for you and your team to address us. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Joyce Langberg with Premier.
Is the microphone on?
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go.
Okay, now?
Yes.
I'm Joyce Landwehr with Premier, the applicant on the project. Carrie does a very thorough job of explaining the project, so I don't think there's anything really for me to address there. But we do acknowledge the concerns that were brought up with the design review, and along with providing the parking plan and construction management, just definitely making the commitment to have, the ongoing discussion and the communication with the town public works regarding the construction schedule and just kind of the goings on throughout, the weeks of the project. Definitely make that commitment to have more of that communication. So I think it'll be a smoother process than the last permit, which was the parlor addition that was on the south side next to community parking. So happy to answer any questions if there are any. Or
Great, thank you. I'm glad you learned from that last experience.
Yes.
Do we have questions from council? All right.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. What is the time frame that you're expecting to accomplish this project?
I'm going to defer. John, what's the construction? Yeah, the overall construction schedule is approximately 120 days.
Okay. And so generally, the size of the current temporary structure is the size of the...
It's approximately, the permanent structure will be a little bit larger, but not, it's going to be in the same area. It's not going to protrude out, further onto the pool deck from where the tent structure currently is.
Okay. And in this blown up diagram of the actual equipment in the room, I don't know if you could pull that up. There's a stairwell there. The building is going to have a cutout there, or the stairwell is exterior to the building or interior to the building?
Yes, there is an existing stairwell there that goes down to the courtyard, and there's also a gate at the bottom of it to where you can go back into the service entry area.
So it won't be inside the building, it will be exterior to the building?
It will remain as is, yeah.
Okay.
There's no changes to that stairwell at all.
Okay. And so you experienced internal noise complaints from the previous location. And so have you experienced any noise complaints from its current position?
I have not been made knowledge of any complaints that have sent as it's been existing on the pool deck area. I have not been notified of any complaints. The hotel has, we asked them if there's anything that was brought up, and there's not been any, to our knowledge, that any complaints that have been brought up.
Okay. And I guess that's all my questions. Thank you.
That's it for now. Councilmember Knight?
I don't have any questions. I'm happy to make just a few comments when we are discussing the approval of the resolution.
Okay. I have a question based on Councilmember Reeves' question. Is the spa below what the space is going to be?
Yes, it's the existing spa area that's below where it's going to.
So got good sound protection.
Yes.
And then on the preliminary construction management plan, I know you're staging materials in behind the facilities. It goes on to say deliveries will take place in the driveway. I assume that's the back service entrance?
Yes, we will do whatever deliveries that we can in that back driveway. I believe in the last one there was a couple that was, and I think that was part of the issue, that was done more on the front driveway, and so it was impeding with the traffic, and so that's what we're trying to keep from. And if there's anything that we cannot fit in the back, then obviously we'll take those measures to contact the Public Works office and make sure we get all approvals in place for any of those items.
You're both there on Yount as well as on Fennell, so thank you.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Coordination would be good. So thank you very much. We're going to have public comment, assuming maybe we have some, and then we may have more questions for you. Again, thank you very much, Joyce. So is there anybody here that has public comment? Seeing none, then we have any time needed for rebuttal, which it doesn't sound like we have. Staff time to respond to any public comment. We're moving through. And then, Councilmember Knight, I invite you to make your comments.
Okay. I'm happy to do that before we adopt, or at least move to adopt. But thank you. I just wanted to say that I reviewed some of the discussion for ZDRB meeting. I'm glad that staff and ZDRB talked about adding to the resolution, improving the construction management plans, and also just addressing the issue of the parking requirements. Seemed to me from what I'm looking at is that this replacing a temporary structure with this permanent structure at its location is pretty much matching the existing footprint of the temporary structure, but making it a much better product for just year-round use and in a quieter environment, not only maybe for the visitors at the hotel, but residents in general in the area. So I think it's an improvement, and I support the resolution.
Okay. Do you have any comments?
No, I agree with Councilmember Knight. I think that it will enhance the whole environment there, and also the noise limitations of actual walls will be helpful. So I don't see a problem with this application.
It would be a beautiful place to work out. Would one of you like to make a motion?
Go ahead. I'm happy to move adoption of resolution number 25-4379, conditionally approving the and that's what conditionally approving the design review no, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong. I'm in the right one. Okay, that's correct. Conditionally approving the design review application for a project located at 2526 Yount Street and finding the proposed project to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
And for the record, I want to say that 6526 Yount Street, and you want a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I will second. Thank you.
Okay. Shall we do our vote?
Please use the vote system.
Vote system. Looking at
And that passes with all present voting members.
Wonderful, thank you. Somebody could text the mayor and council member.
I believe they're watching live, and they should be making their way.
Paging the mayor.
This happens when you
Thank
have a
you,
monitor.
Carrie, and thank you very much to our applicants. All right,
Thank you.
Joyce.
It's when you
Have a
have
good
the
night.
monitor and the monitor and your screen disappears, then all of a
And then
sudden.
it goes back, yeah. Hand the reins back. Public hearing, so. All right, everybody.
Thank you, Vice
Item
Mayor.
B. Well, you're welcome.
All right. So we are on to our public hearing B, which is we're going to introduce and waive the first reading of a ordinance 25-534, adding Chapter 17.174, entertainment zones, to Title 17 of the Yountville Municipal Code, establishing the entertainment zone and finding the code addition and establishment of the zone exempt from CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. So does the, we don't really have to have any disclosures or conflicts with this, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing. And we have our planning director who's going to provide us a staff report on this item. Thank you, Aaron. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a short presentation. I know we have a packed agenda, so I'll try and go quickly. Okay, so a little background. In 2024, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 969, authorizing any city or county to establish entertainment zones permitting alcohol consumption, specifically on public streets and sidewalks. Since then, numerous cities around the state have adopted entertainment zones, including San Francisco, Sacramento, San Jose, Santa Clara, Santa Monica, Long Beach, Upland, and Fontana. And only licensed businesses located within the entertainment zone can sell alcohol for public consumption within the zone. And only non-glass and non-metal containers may be carried off premises for consumption in the zone, and delivery of alcoholic beverages to consumers inside the zone is prohibited unless that delivery is to a residential building or a private business located within the zone. Before establishing an entertainment zone, the city or county must seek feedback from local law enforcement regarding potential health and safety impacts that might be generated and how to mitigate those, as well as the proposed boundaries, hours of operation, types of alcoholic beverages allowed, and the approved drinking vessel. I see the sheriff's not here. I was hoping he would come, but such is life.
They have National Night Out in Napa today, just so you know. That's why they're not here.
Okay. And so then the city or county or the town must determine the boundaries of the zone, the days and hours of the zone's operation, the types of alcoholic beverages permitted within the zone, the types of container that are non-glass and non-metal, and a process by which people possessing alcoholic beverages within the zone can be readily identifiable as being 21 or older. And after establishment of the zone, the city or county or town must review the zone every 2 years to ensure the zone is being maintained in a way that protects the public health and safety. And this review must be conducted in consultation with local law enforcement, and any reports produced during that review must be provided to ABC upon request. A little bit more information. So the proposed entertainment zone continues the town's efforts to promote economic vitality and quality community events, and would be located along the Washington Street corridor from Champaign Drive to Jackson Street. And during the town council's goal-setting meeting in April 2025, the council identified establishment of an entertainment zone as a staff priority in the coming year. And as required by state law, town staff did consult with local law enforcement regarding the proposed operating standards for the zone, as well as potential public health and safety impacts within the zone. And essentially, the Sheriff's Department's concerns related to health and safety centered around potential road closures in an event and making sure that we keep pedestrians safe within those closures. And they recommend the use of meridian barriers, which are mobile barriers to keep vehicles out of the area to keep the pedestrians safe. And I know Sheriff had mentioned it before, but apparently they have those on order and they're coming and they're going to be stockpiled. And he can elaborate more on that if you have questions after the fact. And then pretty much it's status quo as far as drinking in public, making sure folks are behaving themselves. And so this is a draft of the entertainment zone boundary map. Again, essentially the Washington Street corridor, southern end of town to northern end of town, covering the street and the sidewalk, public right-of-way. And so staff is recommending that you introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 17174, Entertainment Zones, to Title 17 of the Yountville Municipal Code, establishing an entertainment zone and finding that code addition and the establishment of the zone exempt from CEQA. And happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Director Heacock. So I'm going to ask the council if they have any questions for the staff at this time. Councilmember Tripp.
Thank you for the nice report. So I had actually three questions. One is, I see the zone, the nice map goes right down Washington Street. I assume it's implicit that if you have a business that borders Washington Street, even though it's a really narrow zone, you're included. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the zone's really just delineating the public right-of-way, so the streets and the sidewalks. But so, yeah, the businesses that can sell licensed by ABC alcoholic beverages, you can walk out and then go onto the public right-of-way with them.
But the way that authorizing legislation is structured, you have to, in order to participate in a zone or let people drink from your business, you have to be in the zone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So one question I had was there any consideration given to trying to move the zone to include parts of so that we don't necessarily have to change it down the road, either the new buildings that will be going in on Fennell or, for example, the Coop, which, is probably people may be walking around.
Yeah, good question. We did discuss that, and ultimately we decided just to keep it simple and keep it the Washington Street corridor, but I think that's something the council could definitely consider. In fact, I kind of drew what that would, so that the addition would look something like that.
Right. I personally would support that, just so that we don't necessarily have to revisit it, just in terms of efficiency. And then my other questions are really much more practical. Sadly, I do see that the authorizing legislation from the state says it has to be no metal and no glass. Glass I get. I guess metal, they don't want you throwing cans at people or metal things, which is too bad, because we like metal cups as opposed to plastic. But my other question was on the wristband concept. Is that a requirement, or is that something we put in? Because anytime you take on an obligation like that, or it's imposed on you, then you really got to make sure you're doing it.
So no, we put that in there, and we also put a caveat in there that any other thing is determined by the town manager. So we're not tied to that. We can come up with another way. I think one of the photos in there, it showed someone with a cup, and it had like a printed out sticker, which was probably like the receipt, which could have been they check the ID, they get your order, they print it out, they stick it on your cup, and away you go. So there's a lot of different methods, marked cups and other things. So I think we're just trying to establish the zone and then working on the details after the fact.
And then and so this would be like an announced thing, is that correct, or a planned thing? It wouldn't just go into effect and then. Or maybe people could just start drinking on the street.
Well, not until we work out those details.
But I mean, would it be a pre-planned thing that, clearly it goes well with some sort of festival at one end of the town or the other, but that would be a pre-planned. But are we saying people can walk around with alcohol in the zone all the time?
Well, once we've established the zone and we've established the methods to identify people and what the receptacle is going to be, then yes, then they'll be able to walk within the zone at any time. But the closing of the street's a different thing. That'll be a predetermined event.
Okay.
So it'll be limited to sidewalks unless we have something that the council has approved as far as an event is concerned.
Okay. So this will basically be all the time. And then, of course, you would roll this out to make sure the businesses. One of the things I'm kind of concerned about is the liability and underage drinking and people stepping in front of cars. And so but it's ultimately, hopefully, the business's responsibility to watch the amount of alcohol, correct?
Yeah.
And also make sure they're not underage. So you would roll that out to the businesses.
That's correct. And we also have to send this to ABC for their buy-off as well.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Reeves.
Yes, thanks. I wanted to add on to what Councilmember Tripp was talking about how do we identify over 21 people who are eligible to carry around their drink. So would that become the responsibility of the business to tag people once they show their ID and they're eligible to have a drink? So that's their job anyway. They would just add another step of providing some kind of band or something that shows that they're okay to carry their drink around?
That's correct.
Okay, and then it's the sheriff's responsibility ultimately, which is in full force right now, that anyone that's rowdy or publicly drunk, they are subject to legal action.
Yep.
So, and we have plenty of that quite often around town, and we certainly have some issues with glasses showing up in the most incredible places in town because people are carrying around their drinks and just leave them there. And I am hoping that we will provide receptacles for people to leave these items in an appropriate location, right? So that's part of the planning once we decide to do that, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm not able to pull it up right now, but I understand there's a 2-year review set. Are we, as a council, able to review this sooner than that first 2-year period?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why if we're having any issues and you want us to bring it back, there's nothing preventing us from doing so.
Okay, I think that could be prudent, especially in the trial period. And I know this goes along with the water stations and sparkling water, so I see that as some mitigative kind of having mitigative effects. This might be too granular at this point, but I saw in the ZDRB meeting that the thought is that the hours would be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
That's currently what we have.
Would we be voting on that without reviewing
those hours,
what I think?
Those hours are in the ordinance.
From the state level?
No, in our local ordinance adopting the entertainment zone, we have 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, I'd be open to discussing that if anybody has an appetite to do that. And as far as locals, how can they benefit from this? Obviously, the visitors are going to love it, and I love that nobody in Napa Valley has done this yet. I mean, we're in very good company with the other locations, so I think we're showing a lot of leadership and initiative to get this zone going. But as far as locals, if they happen to have a cup on hand, how would that work? Leaving their house with a splash.
Oh, that's outside of this. So the drinks, and as far as this is concerned, have to come from a licensed business that sells alcoholic beverages.
And how would that be monitored?
You can ask the sheriff.
Yeah. It's a tough question, and I don't want to open a can of worms, but I also want to make sure that the community can get behind this, but also, they might not want to go to RH for a $35 glass of Sauvignon Blanc. So I want to be practical in thinking proactively on how this could work with the sheriff.
I've never been.
So it's just,
Yes, sorry.
if we're walking to Veterans Park for a concert.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously,
early.
the concerts, I think what we're trying to do is add a tool to the economic development sort of toolkit, but I think there's always reasonableness involved with enforcement. So I think also, don't forget, Poncha is going to open. Everything's not going to be a $32 bottle of,
bottle
or glass, excuse me, of Cab. Yeah, sorry. I just want to sort of expand on one of the questions you just asked in terms of hours of operation. And this also, I think, refers to the map, because I do feel like what you approve, what we need direction on, you can work within the constraints of. So if we wanted to, as an example, shut it down at 8 o'clock, we could do that. But if you wanted to keep it open until midnight, we would need to hear that tonight. If, like you were talking about an expanded map, I think, I'm looking at Gary, but just know that what you approve tonight, we can work within and we can move around. But if you want broader authority, then we would need to hear that. So I wasn't sure exactly where you were going, but if you wanted us to go to 11 or midnight, have that flexibility, then you would need to say that. If we're talking about ratcheting it back, we can do that within the proposed staff report.
I was thinking more the start time.
The start time. Okay. I just wanted to be clear that you have discretion within the boundaries, but if you want to expand the boundaries, whether it's place or time, then we would need to hear that today.
Okay. Thank you. That's good for now.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's see. I think this entertainment zone is a great program from the community, and just for the businesses and for making what we've been trying for years, maybe more promoted or created because of COVID, to create more of an outdoor atmosphere for people to enjoy our community and to eat outside. So maybe this is an extension of that. But for residents or whoever was here, Champaign to Jackson is basically the length of our town. So so I have a couple questions. One, Councilmember Tripp talked about the coop, but I think in my meeting I was talking with the town manager. I'm not sure officially if the Bardessono is on Washington, so can we expand this map to include the Coop and, which would be Yount and Fennell, or so that they could be included with this program as well? That's one question or suggestion that I'm following up with Councilmember Tripp. The other one was just generally it seems to make sense in terms of enforcement for the sheriff. I'm just trying to envision, and as you're driving up the street and you're seeing people with alcohol, as a resident, it may provoke a thought or something like that. So a business is going to serve wine in the glass, serve liquor in their restaurant where they serve it, and if someone wants to leave, then in theory they would be responsible to give them some type of cup and some type of sticker or something that would identify the fact that when they left the restaurant they were 21 years old. I guess that seems to take care of the enforcement issue. So the other question comes in terms of the timing of 10 p.m. I'm not sure where our restaurants are at. If at some point we shut this down before a restaurant closes, is the restaurant not responsible if someone wants, like, for example, as Councilmember Reeves has said, in walking around town, you see glassware and everything just popping up where people walk out of restaurants. Is it creating an obligation for the restaurants if we stop this before they close, that it creates a problem for them? It would be better just to leave this entertainment zone open to the point of where our restaurants are they do close? Well, do you think it would impact enforcement if we're ending it earlier than they actually have people maybe walking out with glassware, or what their obligation is? If someone starts to walk out with glassware, you can say, well, it's okay, you can walk out, but let me just pour this into something else or something.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be like it is now, where you're not supposed to be leaving the restaurant, with the glass. So I think if we ended at 10 and they're open until 11, then they shouldn't be providing folks with the receptacle to leave the restaurant with.
So they shouldn't?
Shouldn't.
So we should, in my thought, we should maybe be open to, at some point, not a 2 a.m. maybe for like a bar, but for our restaurants that, things do kind of roll up here in our community fairly early compared to other cities, but just being sure we're not creating an issue with a restaurant that's open later than 10 or something, and so that they have a way to facilitate a resident or someone eating at their restaurant that's walking back to a hotel to do it properly. Anyway, those are thoughts.
Let me give a few more. Is it possible that you can bring up attachment C? Because I want to talk a little bit about, you met with our sheriff department and some of their questions, comments, responses to this concept. Do you have that available to pull up?
I believe the clerk is working on it.
Attachment 3 or C?
C.
Attached.
Well, 3 as C in the staff report, so either one.
The Sheriff's Department resources.
The Sheriff's response to the entertainment zone. Because I really think a lot of the, conversation and questions we really have are really going to be around enforcement.
Right.
And, once you kind of go through here, like, for example, you cannot buy a 12-pack of beer at Ranch Market and just start lugging it around. But first of all, it's metal, and pouring it into a cup and, going crazy on Washington Street or deviate off or whatever. So there will be some, things that we'll have to be very cognizant of, and have the sheriff will be busy, I think, perhaps.
Well,
So if
if
you
I
could
can,
maybe walk through
there's two
some of those.
questions that I responded to, but I just want to, Sergeant Baumgartner's not here, so I'll speak at least what I heard when we approached them. And this went to Captain Thompson and even Sheriff Ortiz sort of chimed in, and talking to Captain Thompson, who was the one that I think did the analysis. I'd like him to say this, but he in essence said, "I love this because I think it'll be safer," and I think because the reality is you're providing a safer, let's call it I always say healthy and harmless are the two words I use, but it's an environment where you're not hiding. And I do think, like, there's a lot of people, obviously, that hide. And your point of, like, hey, I'm going to grab a six-pack or something at Ranch Market, that's not allowed. And I think having rules that allow it sort of helps you enforce things that sometimes are not allowed. Because I think a lot of stuff, and I see the glassware around too, or you see the cans or the bottles that are kind of hidden, because people may be going somewhere to hide versus having an ability to do it. So when we introduced this to law enforcement, they actually were, surprising. I wasn't sure, and it was like, we love this, and that doesn't say that in this response. This is kind of like, hey, if we do events, they talk about barriers here in the first answer, which is, yeah, of course, if you have a road closure, you want to have a safe barrier. And then I think the second one just gets into sort of the hours, days and hours, which, 10 to 10 to me is what we're recommending. Because I think to your earlier point, Councilmember Knight, I don't know. Other than I think Bouchon used to sort of stay open until midnight, so maybe there was a 10 to 12 crowd. Like, I don't really see an after 10 crowd in Yountville. And I do think, like, after 10 is when maybe things that shouldn't happen. So I think we feel as a staff like that's a good cutoff. Because you could also say, in essence, last call is 10 o'clock. Hey, if you want to go, pour out. Now is the time to do it. I do know the other thing I've heard, which made sense to me, which speaks to kind of the, maybe the safety issue, if you will, is there are people that are there, especially at the tasting rooms, sometimes like people are lingering too long, and it's like, this is like, okay, it's now time to go, and let me do this, basically to get the turnover for the businesses, but also to kind of maybe to tell people it's time to go. And I think sometimes, as I know bartenders and servers are all trained to basically say, it's time to go or it's time to stop. I think there's a lot of things that we'll see how this rolls out, but you can think about this sometimes, for me at least, based on conversation with Captain Thompson, is the ability to actually make what kind of happens today safer. So I just want to, he could be here to say that hopefully in a future, because we do have a second reading. Maybe we ask him to come to the second reading, assuming that happens on the 19th, and provide a little more background from the sheriff. But I know they're all on horses and doing their Napa night out tonight, so they were sorry to not be here.
And then, I've just, another just general statement and maybe a question for our attorney is, I kind of watched this bill getting developed and all the comments and finally getting approved in the legislature in the state. And, I think that we have a lot of other laws that, we lose a lot of local control. And this really gives us a lot of local control back. Is that correct, town attorney, that we can really kind of craft this ordinance within the general state law guidelines, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
All right, good. I think, it's somewhat surprising, but I was very happy that we got more local control over things like this. I think it's also going to be a very, very fun experiment to move forward. So let's see. Councilmember Tripp, more questions?
I just wanted to comment that I guess I'm sensitive because I'm about a block and a half off of Mulberry, and we do get some pretty rowdy people on the weekends coming down and in a residential area, getting into their cars and whatnot. And then I do find stuff in the bushes on the side of my house. So maybe 11 is doable, but I personally think we need to be cognizant that we do have a lot of residences close to Washington Street. And so that would be my comment. And I also am very supportive of the idea of extending it down at least part of Fennell. So.
And I'll weigh in officially later, but I think putting in, not restricting us at the beginning, but then refining it later by extending it makes a lot of sense to me. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you,
We're
Mayor.
still kind of in the question mode, but that's okay. You can express
No, it's just in response to the question and staff's response to the time. I'm happy to to support the ordinance as with the 10 p.m. I think staff has made the point that it's probably a good thing for restaurants and to be able to control that time and tell people, there's limitations. So, and to be honest, when I drive through town in Yountville at 10:30, we're rolling up our sidewalk. So, which is probably a good thing. So anyway, the last question would be for just Vice Mayor. You mentioned something about the time. Are you concerned about the start time, and I didn't know what you were considering?
I was thinking, I know a few of our tasting rooms may be open at 10 a.m., and obviously this is for water and sparkling water too. It's not just a matter of alcohol, but I thought that's just from my viewpoint, I thought that was a little early and would make a long day for somebody. They might go to bed sooner.
There's always that. Yes.
Yeah, I think don't forget like events, like parades and things. So I think 10 to 10 gives you a solid framework that we can message, but I think we can work within those boundaries. Again, like if you want it to be noon, we can work within it.
Then there's Mardi Gras parade, so just bear that in mind too. Okay, now it is time. I'm going to go to the public. Does the one more? Councilmember Reeves. My light's still going on. Councilmember Reeves.
Okay, I just want to clarify, how difficult would it be if we observe issues with the hours of operation one way or the other? I don't even propose to know what we would face, but how difficult is it to revisit the timing once we say 10 to 10?
I think it's just a communications issue in terms of how we work with law enforcement to enforce. But
and the
did you want to say something?
And to change the ordinance.
Well, I'm saying, but how we actually administer the ordinance, we could say, we're making the decision with law enforcement that we're going to, cut it off at 8, and I don't know that has to. We could talk about whether that needs to be done in the ordinance versus just communicating with law enforcement and saying, hey, we're going to administer the ordinance differently. But I think those are kind of like, this is where we're trying to look into a crystal ball. And I can talk to Gary, if that did become the case and we had to adjust the ordinance, obviously it takes 2 readings, takes what we're doing here to amend it, so you'd have to go through a similar process.
Okay.
Agreed.
And then one other clarifying thing. This is for on-sale alcohol, not off-sale alcohol, right? So Ranch Market is totally off the table for this. Okay. All right.
Vice Mayor.
And last question is, I have a strong inkling that our wine tasting rooms do require their servers to have the California Alcohol Server course, and maybe during public comment, if Emily or if anybody is talking on this, if they can let us know if that is a requirement for their bartenders too. Yeah. Okay.
Well, hold that. The public can't hear you. We'll get back.
Well, thank you.
Go back to that.
Good to know.
All right. So now I will, any public comment on this item? We're going to limit public comment to 5 minutes, but come on up and state your name. I think the microphone is on.
I'm Emily Farka representing State Yountville, and yes, all of the servers and any staff that serves alcoholic beverages is required to take the ABC test, so everybody has to be certified within 30 days of employment. So all the hotels, all the restaurants and tasting rooms must have that. And as part of the State Yountville, we also want to support this. We think it's a great initiative to expand our businesses and make Yountville a little bit more of a fun town, and make sure that we have day visitors as well that will support our business. Thank you.
Anybody else want to address us with your public comment on our entertainment zone?
Alan Tencher. I think I'd be remiss if I...
Hey, can you move the microphone up? Great. That we can hear you.
Is that
Great.
better? I think I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on this, and I really appreciate the council's careful deliberation on this, both from what it might bring for residents besides the top line, but also just the hours of operation. We do live just a block off Main Street. We haven't had many problems recently, but in the past we've had people leaving ponchas, take our front gate out, and things like that. So it can be a problem, and so I think the administration of an operation within the ordinance is going to be critical. So thank you for your care and thoughtfulness on this, and I think you'll get less pushback from residents if you somehow find a way to tie in a way to have residents get something out of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other member of the public? I will then, not seeing any movement, I will close the, well, first I'll ask council if you have any further questions for the staff on this item. A few more questions. Councilmember Reeves.
I might have jumped again.
That's okay. No question. You have
I don't
questions?
have a question. I had a comment to the public comment.
Sure.
Which is, what do residents get out of this? And I think in general terms, I feel like we have been suffering from the long downward slide into a very, very not vibrant community. And one of the things that I hope that happens from this initiative is that the businesses become more vibrant and our streetscape becomes more vibrant, with the caveat that the sheriff is very much more on notice that there will be specific responsibilities around the use of alcohol on the streets. So I'm hoping that it's a win-win for everyone. I think the more businesses that are happy, I think the residents get the overflow, not only just from more general fund revenue, but also maybe more generosity from the businesses towards the residents. So I hope that that is a natural outcome from this.
Councilmember Tripp.
So I just wanted to agree with what Councilmember Reeves said, having just hired a business development director or assistant director. This helps the businesses and hopefully doesn't hurt the residents. That would probably be the best case. But I wanted to ask Attorney Bell if we wanted to extend it into down Fennell to a certain point. Could we do that today, or does that require a new map and a new agenda item?
You could do it today. This is an introduction, so that would be a change to 17-174-020A, which is the location of the entertainment zone currently in the ordinance. So as long as it was clear to all five of you on what the direction was on where you're changing that, we could then make the change and it would come back for second reading.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we would need some guidance to from staff as to what, and some of the other council members are more adept at this, how far down Fennell. In my brain I'm thinking the bridge, but over Hopper Creek, but I think that would be a question if we're going to put specifics, because I think what you're saying, Attorney Bell, is we have to be fairly clear.
We need to be clear enough so that the five of you agree on where that location is and that staff has the information to make the change for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just to that point, I would point out that this legislation only enables those with liquor licenses to participate. So I wouldn't envision any liquor license beyond the Coop. So I think to the Coop is far enough because, I mean, as you know, in the vision for the Commons, we're looking at that area's park area there beyond it. So, I mean, you can draw the line to I guess, Hopper Creek, but the reality is the Coop is going to be at least the spot. So when you drew the little highlight, where did you draw Hopper Creek? Yeah, so that, I just want to share with, it's not like you're going to be allowed to put a little table out on the Hopper Creek and sell beers. Okay? It's not going to. It has to be through a licensed facility, and that facility cannot expand into the right-of-way, or it can't expand without ABC approving it, right? Yeah. So.
Vice Mayor, comment? Question?
Comments. So I do agree with Town Manager Ralston that by bringing this enjoyment of beverages out into the public, there is a European sense of it, that it's not, let's hide, let's go park in a car, let's go, get our buzz on. And so this is going to kind of normalize the sophistication is our goal. And certainly the cost of the rooms here in town and the experiences. I think the staff's goal is to elevate the Yountville experience, which is already pretty darn elevated. So I think the demographics that we have, a little bit older, a little more sophisticated, should to help support what we're all hoping with this. And I do agree that restaurants and wine bars now have a gracious way to turn the tables. We have small spaces, and so we don't have a lot of seats and large bars, and so people, our businesses do need a gracious way to say, well, if you'd like to take that to go, we have other people waiting for this table. So I see that as a benefit, and I support it. I'm excited, just like Yountville Night Out was last week and Napa is this week. Well, I think once ahead, we're ahead of the game.
So does council have any more questions? I'm just asking for questions right now, because then I'll close the public hearing and we'll bring it back for deliberation. So do you have questions? Nope. Okay. So
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Questions?
Just for I just didn't know if the town attorney was looking for specific clarification. If we were talking about proposing it, would we be talking about, and maybe it was already on our planning director's map, is that from Washington and Yount to Fennell, and then turning down Fennell at some point, halfway down Fennell or down to to Hopper Creek, that being the specific distance we're talking about, that would then include the Bardessono and the Coop, or maybe potentially someday some other activity on the commons. But
yeah, I think what we'll do, once we kind of close the public hearing and bring it back, we'll see what everybody thinks, and then whoever would like to make the motion can put edits in regarding time or location and things like that.
Thank you.
So how does that seem? Okay. So seeing no more questions, I am going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for final deliberation and a motion on our entertainment zones. I just wanted to say that I think I'm thrilled the legislature gave us the opportunity and the right to do something like this. I think it's a long time coming. We've learned a lot of lessons, especially through COVID. We spent more time trying to bar activities in town on Washington Street, and now we've really learned that, as Councilmember Reeves says, to kind of create a vibrant downtown. Some of these things are certainly worth a try, and that's really why I am in full support of this this evening, and also for extension to Washington and down to the Coop area. I've always thought a nice beer garden behind the Coop would be a great idea. So I think that this is really good. I can tell you the council will be very diligent, working with our sheriff and probably encouraging other public members to do the same, to really kind of make this work. And if it doesn't work, we'll be the first ones to be talking about this again at a future. And so it's not going to just go crazy and get out of control. So I'm pretty excited about this and everything. We've got some great comments from some of our businesses. They're very excited about it too. So being able to provide new things for our businesses, and I think even though residents might be a little concerned, we'll watch for that. I think we might just see a few residents walking around out there, with their cup of whatever. So I'm in full support, and those are my comments. So Councilmember Reeves, do you have some comments?
I already made my comment, but I did want to discuss a little bit the boundaries. And are we talking about the east side of Yount Street from Washington to Fennell, and then the north side of Fennell from Yount to X number of feet beyond the coop?
I think it's both sides, because I think the reality is, remember, we're going to be saying, as long as you're on the sidewalk, you're in essence legal in this area. So it would be hard to message how you can be on one side of the street and not the other. So, but again, only at a liquor license facility. So, there's nothing on, I guess you have the back end of what is now Burgers and Half Bottles, which is, there's a little access there, which is on that side. So I think what we would propose, which is what I think Aaron drew on the map, is just go, based on what we heard, just down Yount and right on Fennell and take it to the creek, because that's kind of what he drew. And then you can walk in those right-of-ways and be legal.
Okay. Well, other than trying to nail that down, I do very much support this initiative, and so whenever we're ready.
Okay, I don't see any more lights on, any more final council deliberation, then I will ask for a motion on this ordinance.
Mayor, I will introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance number 25-534, adding Chapter 17.174 Entertainment Zone to Title 17 of the Yountville Municipal Code, establishing an entertainment zone and finding the code addition and establishment of the zone exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a
with the extension of the.
I think we need a
Yeah.
How do we say that? Yeah.
substitute motion now.
No, I think you can go back to the original motion
With
maker.
the extension of the aforementioned street and business to the bridge on Fennell Road.
Yep, either one works. Either a friendly amendment or substitute would work, but friendly amendment works. So as long as that's clear on the location and all five of you are clear in staff, that works.
Okay, I think council is clear, and staff is clear, and our attorney is clear, then I'll accept a second on that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other final comments from the council? If not, we will use our buttons to vote, please.
That item passes unanimously.
Okay, great. So what we've done is taken the first step, and this will come back to our next regularly scheduled council agenda. Is that correct? And once we approve the second reading, it is immediately
30 days.
30 days
after the
after
second
that,
reading.
it'll be immediately activated, 30 days after our second reading, and Yountville will has created entertainment zones throughout town. So stay tuned, everybody, for your first opportunity to work with some businesses and walk along the sidewalk. So thank you very much. Let's move on to our third public hearing. We're going to introduce and waive the first reading of another ordinance. This is amending, again, Chapter 17.202, temporary use permits. This is to the same Title 17 of the Yountville Municipal Code. So this is going to be to establish an administrative process for temporary uses and finding the code exemption exempt from CEQA, which is the California Environmental Quality Act. So, staff, you're still there. You can give us a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So another one, I'll try and be quick, temporary use permit ordinance. So the town has taken a number of actions to encourage economic recovery and growth, as I mentioned before, including, but not limited to, the establishment of the Economic Recovery Program in response to COVID and the Washington Street Activation Zone, just now the Entertainment Zone, and to permit and host accessory uses and outdoor seating near Washington Street. And the town also regulates and permits special events, which are typically of a shorter duration with a larger crowd. The proposed temporary use permit ordinance continues the town's efforts to promote economic vitality and quality community events. And the use of temporary use permits is common in other jurisdictions throughout the state, including but not limited to Napa, St. Helena, Calistoga, Sonoma, Marin, Mountain View, and hundreds more, literally. And so this ordinance would authorize staff to permit certain short-term activities administratively in any zoning district in town if they meet certain standards. Examples of allowed temporary uses subject to a TUP include outdoor events, festivals, markets, exhibits for up to 14 consecutive days for 6 weekends, pop-up retail sales, museums, outdoor movies, outdoor dinings, and so on. Temporary uses, activities, and events may be allowed within specific time limits and parameters, but in no case for more than 12 months. A TUP application will be reviewed in light of its type of use, duration, input from other town departments, law enforcement, safety personnel, Title 17 standards and requirements, event site restoration, and measures to ensure that the activity will not present a nuisance or safety concerns. The planning department may condition approval of a TUP as necessary to ensure compatibility with surrounding uses, including but not limited to conditions addressing hours of operation, parking, fencing, trash, litter control, and public safety. And as I mentioned before, TUPs are used throughout the state as they provide a flexible and faster method to establish uses compared to the traditional discretionary use permit process, which, as we all know, can take several months from application to ultimate decision. I will say it also gives both the applicant and the town the ability to test drive a use before establishment of a permanent use. And this can bring unforeseen issues to light or show that a use is a good fit and compatible with the surrounding area. And where I've really seen this as a benefit is when a commercial space becomes vacant, sits there for a long time, both the owner and a potential new leasee are anxious to get something going in the space, but they don't want to sign a lease because they don't know whether their permanent use permit is going to get approved. And so this gives us another tool in the toolbox to be able to get somebody in there, give them a little bit of insurance that they can be there for a while, put conditions on it, and really see how it goes and whether or not it's a good use. And it was very successful in my previous jurisdiction. We had dozens and dozens of businesses go through the process, and it worked out really well. So as a reminder, at the April 2025 goal-setting meeting, the Town Council identified establishment of the TUP process as a staff priority this year. And so staff's recommendation is to introduce and waive a first reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 17-202, temporary use permits, to Title 17 of the Yountville Municipal Code, establishing an administrative process for temporary uses, and finding the code addition exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Heacock. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Yes.
I just want to add one thing, and I actually go back to the previous slide, because I was asked a question about the farmers market that's currently going on, at Ranch Market. And I do think, that's a good example. Le Labo is a good example. There's a lot of examples, that Aaron's worked through in my previous jurisdiction. We had TUPs and CUPs. This is where up here it's just use permits, which is to me a CUP, which is a discretionary thing, which everyone's comfortable or everyone's familiar with throughout the valley with use permits, and everyone talks about up here the value of a good use permit. So to me, that's always a CUP, and this is a TUP. But I do want to say there was something in there that, because it said markets, and I know this was brought up. I do feel like we're not trying to limit markets in terms of, so, Aaron and I spoke about this, and I know this is sort of a little nuance that's within the ordinance, but I do want you to know that I think what we said was we're comfortable moving markets into.
Yeah, so at the back of the ordinance, the actual section is 17-202-100 A and B. And so we propose moving farm stands and markets from A to B.
Yeah, and that would allow it to be kind of like, again, limited to a year, but it could be on a weekly basis. It's not limited to a month or whatever the limitation is under A. So when you're ready to deliberate, I just wanted you to know that we did that homework, and I think that was its intent, but kind of how the wording got was confusing.
I did have a question, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. So let's. Any questions from the council? We have one from Councilmember Tripp.
Actually, I had two questions, and one of them is about the section we were just looking at, because I'm kind of confused by that section, 17-202-100, and what confuses me is the second sentence of the first paragraph. So that section lists all the things we're thinking might be suitable for a TUP, right? A, B, C, all the way down. But the sentence says, when it refers to all those things, second sentence, other temporary, other temporary or short-term activities that do not fall within the categories, which are the ones we've talked about, defined below, must instead comply with the temporary use permit requirements and development standards that apply to the property. So it seems like it's saying if you're not in those categories, you have to get a TUP. Well, that's sort of what we're talking about anyway.
Yeah, I think the word permit after temporary use should probably be omitted.
Okay, temporary, okay, because
So it says temporary use requirements and development standards opposed to temporary use permit.
Okay.
Then
So
we
what
should
section
strike-
are you in for the rest of the council?
We are in 17-202-100. Second sentence.
Got it.
Okay, so you understand. I mean, I know you know what you're saying, but if I was just picking this up, I would probably have a hard time understanding that. So, okay.
Good catch.
So I'll leave that. And then, so my other question is two items. There's, okay, this goes for 12 months with certain stipulations, and some of it is, as you point out, somebody opening a pop-up in already a business setting. But some of this could be things like markets and whatnot. So I have two questions. One, if I like the idea. I think it's a great idea. I'm all for streamlining. Why make people go through the whole use permit process if we're trying it out? But I have two questions. One, if I'm living in a neighborhood, would I get any notice that you're planning to do this? And then related to that is, even if I didn't get a notice, is there any process, and maybe it's somewhere else in our ordinances, where I could object if this was really impacting me, other than the traditional Yountville model, which is to call the mayor and complain, or the town manager, or the director of planning, but a more formal mechanism. So those are my two questions.
Yeah, I don't believe we built in any noticing requirements for the TUP. And as an administrative approval, I think any administrative approval would be subject to an appeal to the ZDRB and then eventually the council.
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, let me add one thing, and then you can ask Gary the legal side of it. I think, you know, and the examples that Aaron was using in terms of TUPs preceding CUPs or use permits, like clearly for a use permit to be approved, it would have to be compliant with the zoning. So it's not like we would allow for a restaurant to go into a wine store, or something where the zoning doesn't allow it. And I think we will also be mindful at the ministerial level that we're going to be thinking about impacts such as parking and other things. So that's why it's limited to a year. Gives you a test run. There is no, as I understand it, formal notice. It's not like you have to post the site and do all the things that we do for use permits. So I think that there are some boundaries around this, because again, we're just not going to accept an application that's totally out of left field in terms of what the current zoning allows.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Right, and in terms of my other question about appealing it or raising an issue with it, apart from just calling up our dedicated public servants.
Yeah, there is a formal process.
Okay.
So the planning officer's decision on a permit is appealable to the ZDRB, and then the ZDRB's decision is appealable to the town council.
So even a TUP is appealable. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. Those are my questions, and that was a nice report. Thank you.
Any more questions from the council for our staff? Seeing none, I am going to ask the public if they would like to come up and give us any public comment on our ordinance for temporary use permits.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Natalie Layton, President of the Yountville Chamber of Commerce. I am very excited to see both this and the previous ordinance go through the process, and I look forward to sharing it with my leadership for formal consideration. So I don't have kind of a formal chamber position today, but I just want to express my excitement on everything that is happening. I appreciate how the town leadership and town council are thinking about business growth and economic growth here in town. It's a really exciting time. I've been having some really fruitful conversations with town staff and our partners throughout town as far as business growth goes, and it's wonderful to see that it is a priority felt throughout town leadership. So I want to express my excitement and my gratitude to you all, and I look forward to continuing this partnership as we see our small but mighty town grow and become a bit more vibrant. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comment. Anybody else want to address the council on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period and bring it back to council to see if they have any further questions. Questions, Vice Mayor?
This would be for our planning director. Just curious, down the road, how do you see this backing up with your current staffing if we have a lot of vibrancy and a lot of temporary use permit applications coming in?
I don't see it being an issue. I don't think we'll see a ton. I think it'll be spread out. But even if we do, we'll be able to manage it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Reeves, questions?
I think I've jumped the gun again. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. And I really appreciate staff bringing this particular ordinance to us after our request, because I think flexibility is the key word, and flexibility brings vibrancy, I think, in this case and the previous ordinance as well. So I'm looking forward to the sort of atmosphere in town being more receptive to new things, to more happenings, and more kind of relaxed use of whatever we have here in town that we're offering. So I just feel like it fits in with the way I've always felt about this town, that we have so much to offer people other than just food and wine. We have a lot of things to offer, but it's this tool that may help us be more broad-based in our offerings.
All right, thank you. Questions, Councilmember Tripp?
Yes, I totally love this idea. But I wanted to ask, and maybe it exists now, would there be a place where residents or anybody who's interested we would have a list that you could go online and see the TUPs that have been issued? So at least we're not giving people pre-notice, but at least it exists somewhere that they can see what's happening.
Yeah, I think we could put that on our website. I don't think that would be an issue.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Town Manager, do you have any comment? No?
No, just after reading the ordinance, and Gary just took it off his screen, so I was reading over his shoulder. But in terms of the market thing I mentioned, what I would recommend, because it says flea markets, and obviously, we wouldn't permit a flea market or a swap meet. It also mentions that. I think if you just use the word markets and you put that into B, and then you eliminated farm stands, flea markets, and swap meets, if that's the motion that makes sense to you. Markets is a broad term, because you hear farmers markets, you hear artisan markets, you hear, Christmas markets. Like there's a lot, and I think market just to me is like, okay, we're thinking about retail in a creative way. We're not thinking about flea markets and swap meets. So I know that you probably took that language from another code, probably.
Yeah, and I already crossed flea
Yeah, so I would just say in terms of if you want to meet what I heard in terms of, being more flexible with markets, I think that's what I would recommend. If whoever makes the motion agrees, you can include that, and then we can shift markets to B and eliminate those other things. Or if you want to keep them in A, just in case you want to consider those things, you can keep them there. But I think that will, for me, and I think Aaron, solve the question that we were talking about yesterday.
Yes, Town Attorney.
So just to add some clarification on this, we're talking about section 17.202.100 and subdivision A, which lists a series of things, including farm stands, flea markets, and swap meets, and then subdivision B, which has other uses. The main difference between the two is how often they can be there. Both are for 12 months, but things under A can only be for up to 14 consecutive days or 6 two-day weekends. Things under subdivision B can be there for up to 12 months when conducted on non-residential properties. So the town manager is suggesting is moving farm stands, flea markets, and swap meets out of A and adding farmers markets or just markets to subdivision B rather than having that in A.
Okay. I see everyone taking a few notes here, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. You have another question? Just
maybe another suggestion in addressing the question that Councilmember Tripp said about the appeal process. In 17-202-060, it says appeals a decision of the planning may be appealed to the Planning Commission as provided in Chapter 17.224. For the sake of clarification, could we say a decision of the Planning Department or the Planning Director, but maybe appealed to the Zoning and Design Review Board, since in essence we're the Planning Commission, I guess, since we don't have a ZDR, a Planning Commission. So it would be clear to someone reading this portion of the ordinance.
Yeah, we appreciate that. So 202.060B should read a decision of the planning officer may be appealed to the Zoning and Design Review Board as provided in Chapter 17.224, and that is the correct cross reference. So staff recommends that be in any motion you all make.
Okay, thank you. Now I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. I'll get us rolling on this one. I think first, with our new Deputy Director of Economic Development being introduced tonight, and two, I think, very pivotal ordinances that, we haven't officially passed this one, but I think you can see from our discussion that we're moving in that direction. But, Yountville's on the move here, folks, so we're very excited up here, and we think this is the beginning. We've got, 8 different administrative items with a lot of fun stuff coming up that's addressing what we're talking about in these 2 important ordinances tonight. Everybody in the Valley is facing challenges with their economy, and I think that we're really stepping out in front of that with these creative ideas. This isn't something new that just kind of popped up on our agenda. We started with our strategic plan led by our town manager earlier in the year. We gave this a lot of thought, so a lot of this was at least in concept, if not in very specific terms that we just even approved tonight, part of that strategic plan. And our town staff is embracing it, and the council is going to support this, and we have really heard a lot of positive things from businesses as well as our residents. So we're really excited about all the changes you've seen so far in Yountville and what's kind of coming forward. So I'm in full support. So, Vice Mayor, comments?
Along the same lines, it was actually in 2024 that we were doing strategic planning, and activations was on the forefront of our discussions. We didn't know necessarily what that looked like, but we just knew that with the limited retail space that we currently have, that we needed to enliven our business district. And through the TUP, I look that we'll be promoting economic development and quality community amenities, and I think it's a win-win.
Yep. And I just wanted to mention too, because I think you brought up some great comments on the last item about the public, and this isn't about just our chores, because when our businesses do well, both in terms of the sales tax as well as the TOT, people staying in our hotels, this brings money into our general fund, and our general fund then allows us to do services and programs that benefit our public. So it's a bit of a circular economy thought about in a different way, the way that I look at it. So that's how I respond to people. This is it's a bit of, if what we're trying to do here is very successful, we will all, those of us who live here, see the ultimate benefits that come from all this.
Well, I look at the community amenities as a way for us to spend our money, like the Friday night markets that are currently going on at the State Yountville, gives us options for shopping. So we are actually giving back to our own general fund, and this is great for us to have more opportunities.
Okay. Any other final comments before I ask for a motion? I hope somebody took some great notes and is going to volunteer. I'm going to call for a motion to introduce and waive the first reading of Ordinance 25-535, adding Chapter 17.202, temporary use permits to Title 17 of the Yountville Municipal Code. Who would like to take this one on with a couple amendments we've heard?
May I make this suggestion, if this is proper protocol, that maybe our Attorney Bell could state the resolution for us, or is that too
No, I think we could ask for that, and then we could approve what our town attorney has provided. Would that be acceptable? Okay,
Yep,
let's
happy
do that.
to do it. So the first change is to 17-202-060B. A decision of the planning officer may be appealed to the Zoning and Design Review Board as provided in Chapter 17.224. And the second change is to Section 17-202.100, Subdivision A, remove farm stands, flea markets, and swap meets. And then in Subdivision B, add markets to the list.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance number 25-535, adding Chapter 17.202, temporary use permits to Title 17 of the Yountville Municipal Code, establishing an administrative process for temporary uses and finding the code addition exempt from CEQA, which is the California Environmental Quality Act, with the two changes that were added by and explained by our town attorney. Can we get a second on that, please?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, press your buttons. Or if you're opposed, or you abstain.
That passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. So now we have just waive, again, at our next council meeting, we will have the second reading, and 30 days after that, if that is approved, we'll have established temporary use permits for the town of Yountville, another first. So with that, I am going to call for a 10-minute break, unless the council is opposed. Don't see any opposition to that, so if everyone can be back here at 4:55. Thank you. Thank you.
It is getting cold.
Anybody want to?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Pam. Robin.
Gin and tonics?
Yeah. Now that we can walk
Okay, is staff ready? I'm going to go ahead and resume our town council meeting. We are now into a 8-item administrative items for tonight. We're going to start off with item 11A, which is considering adopting a resolution to reaffirm the naming of the kitchen at the community center. Can you give us a staff report, please, Samantha?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So before you this afternoon is a resolution that would reaffirm the naming of the kitchen at the community center after Barbara Dolinsky, and then naming the redesigned barbecue and outdoor kitchen area as Bud's Barbecue after Bud Dolinsky. And so, as you know, the town council, or the town, has a naming policy, and in 2005, the council approved a resolution that named the kitchen at Community Center Barbara's Kitchen after longtime resident, business owner, and community organizer and philanthropist Barbara Dolinsky. And then, so tonight we thought it would be a great idea to bring before you just to reaffirm Barbara's Kitchen's naming, but now also suggest at staff's request that we name the new community center patio barbecue after Bud, who, as you know, many of you probably already may have known the Dolinskys. I got to meet them and work with them for, I think, almost 5 years when my career started here. So we thought it would be pertinent, and it was Brad's idea to look at naming the outdoor barbecue after Bud. So for some of you who may not know, in the public, the Dolinskys moved to Yountville in 1950. During their time here, they owned Cash and Carry, which is now the Yountville's Ranch Market 2. And they were very integral in the town to the extent that they were both involved, mainly Bud, with the founding of, not the founding. He was on the founding town council, but he was really involved with the incorporation of the town in 1965. He was an Army veteran and was known as a volunteer firefighter. There's actually some rumors that the sculpture in Vandeleur Park was actually modeled after Bud Dolinsky. We've never been able to find out if that was true or not, but it's a rumor that goes around. And after his time on the council, Bud was very connected with the town still. I researched a lot of records in our master planning process where Bud was on the Community Hall Commission, which is what helped to guide how the community hall was used in the community, and then kind of evolved into people who gave information towards the current community center facility. So well into his years, he continued to work for the community, as did Barbara. My first interaction with Barbara was the Yountville Days Parade the first year that I was here in Yountville, and it took us a little while to me to gain her trust, but I think we ended in a good place. But as you know, we're finalizing that renovation of the outdoor kitchen, and with the grand opening next week, August 13th, we're proposing that the council approve this resolution, and then staff would work to install signage on the barbecue area and some new signage on the kitchen area of the indoor and outdoor entrances to acknowledge the Dolinskys. And we also have some photographs. It's probably been 10 to 12 years of them. The Napa Valley Museum had done a photographic exhibit on historical people in the Napa Valley, and they had professional photos taken of the Dolinskys, which then were given to us. So we've brought those out of storage, and our goal is to present those in the reception room right by the kitchen, and then have a small storyboard there so that anybody coming in and out of the facility understands the significance of why these people are hanging on the wall. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and if Brad has anything to add.
The only thing I'd add is thanking Sam for uncovering those pictures. I think they're really, I never met the Dolinskys, but they look like salt of the earth, sort of Yountvilleans or Yountville villagers, whatever. But I will tell you, the reason I knew about this was because when we were doing the research for the naming policy related to Don and Sally Schmidt Hall, this is the report that Sam shared with me, and I remember asking her, why don't we have any signage up recognizing Barbara's Kitchen? And there, I guess one time was a very little sign. So I think these are the stories that are important, I think, for our residents to see. But I'll just say, I just really like the ring of Bud's Barbecue. Just like, it sounds like a good place. So, and with the project, and Brendan's in the audience, and, you know, he's helped with Sam and John to design that space, which I think will be just a great community space for many years to come. So we hope you support this. I want to thank Sam for sharing this story with me.
All right, thank you very much for that. So, any questions from the town council?
A quick one.
Yeah, sure. Councilmember Reeves, your light's on, but you shook your head.
I was going to make a statement, not a question.
Okay, well, we'll do questions, and we'll get that real quick. Just questions, Vice Mayor.
I'm just curious, like the Schmidts, did the Dolinskis have any children or people that are aware of this tribute?
Yeah, so there is, I reached out to a couple people and I did get information for one son who I believe is in Windsor, and I reached out to let him know about this, and then hopefully they can join us on the 13th. Their daughter B, who you all may have remembered, who worked at the deli for a long time, she moved to the south, a southern state, so she's not local, but I did attempt to reach out to her as well.
Thanks for your time doing that.
Yeah, you always wanted bee sandwiches. She made
Yes.
She put on lots of extra stuff, so impressive she knew you. So, yeah, no, I'm very excited about those photos. I actually remember when that Memories, it wasn't done by the Napa Valley Museum, but there was a third party, Wendy Ward, who was starting another kind of a historical society, if you will, who did those, and they were really great. I actually purchased one from them, and it's sitting in my office that I look at every single day, of Bud and Barbara. So it's very exciting. So I think those will be really fun for the community, especially people who've never really met them. They were definitely, I think the town manager said, salt of the earth type people. So, and they're both in our Yountville cemetery now, so they haven't gone very far out of Yountville. So, even though they moved away, so I just have like one question on this. So so basically we are kind of reaffirming the name of Barbara's Kitchen. Because that was all part, wasn't that part of, we actually built that kitchen outdoors of the community center when we built the new community center, because there was a lot of public comment about, well, you know, what we're going to do in there. It's just like, well, why don't we have a kitchen that everyone can rent? Because not everybody can do that, so they can invite neighbors or have parties there. So.
Yeah, so the 2005, that original resolution was specific to the indoor community hall kitchen. And just to tie the two together, we thought it would be a nice idea just to reaffirm that, kind of almost restart that process so that we get the signage up and really remind the community of their importance, and as well as tie it in with naming the barbecue after Bud.
Okay. Great, thanks for that additional information. Anybody from the public want to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Councilmember Reeves, would you like to start us off with some comments?
Okay. I just wanted to express my excitement and gratitude for the beautiful patio update. It is pretty stunning and really fits our sort of view of what the future of Yountville looks like, and I am very supportive of the renaming and the naming of the kitchen and the patio. And I just have to express, you know, Bud and Barbara were so pivotal in this community when I first moved here. You didn't do anything without their approval or support, and they were true forces of nature. And I have to say that I didn't always agree with them. But the first thing that ever happened when I moved into my house that I still live in was that I had gravel delivered for my right-of-way area. And it was like 11 yards of gravel. And my husband and I are out there with this one wheelbarrow and 2 shovels. And Bud drives by. And he looks at us and he says, you know, that's a lot of gravel. And we said, yeah, we know it's going to take a while. And he just drove off, and he came back with his skip loader and just smoothed all the gravel out and just like dusted off his hands, and he was out of there. He was very community oriented and would do anything for anyone. So it really is fitting that we name this barbecue after him, because he was a can-do kind of guy, and I'm expecting this barbecue to be like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that Bud and Barbara were a big part of all our lives, for especially my family. We were building our home now almost 30 years ago. He did bring his tractor over and he did a little demolition for us on that property. So they were amazing people. And I was just only going to suggest, in terms of for the resolution, that we formally correct, maybe add that in memory, when we're saying it's in memory of Bud Dolinsky, that we add his formal first name, George Bud Dolinsky, so it's clear. So I would just make that suggestion for the resolution.
Okay. Vice Mayor McKee.
Well, it's so appropriate that the barbecue will be named Bud's, and especially since he was a volunteer fireman, and a lot of the times when we do community events, we are staffed by our wonderful firemen. But just excited about this. The outdoor space is, I purposely haven't looked since it's been finalized, and I'm looking forward to seeing it, knowing that it will be an asset not just for the community members at upcoming events and future events, but also a way for us to have revenue. But we're embracing the future there while paying a tribute to the past. And I didn't know the Dolinskys, but we're educating. And that's part of when we do the Legacy Trail and when we talk about things in the future of paying tribute to the people that really made Yountville the amazing town that it is. Their legacy is going to live on. So thank you very much for your research in doing this. Yeah.
And I just wanted to kind of wrap up by reminding everybody that on August the 13th, we'll actually have a ribbon cutting. Also thank Stanley Chang and his wife Helen of Heston Vineyards, who own Heston Cookware, of, they're allowing us to purchase some of their really high-end outdoor equipment for that area. I don't know what Bud would say with all that fancy stuff we got there now, but I can only imagine. So, yes. So, Councilmember Reeves, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move adoption of resolution number 25-4380, reaffirming the naming of the kitchen at the community center after Barbara Dolinsky, and naming the redesigned barbecue and outdoor kitchen after George Bud Dolinsky, calling it Bud's Barbecue after Bud Dolinsky.
Okay. We can all vote with our buttons.
We need
a second.
Oh, we need a second.
I'll
Yeah,
second
let's
that.
do that.
Yeah, Eric's.
Thank you.
My light's flashing. Did I hit the button out of turn?
I think everybody was very excited.
Yeah.
So I can go ahead. I think I
Can you fix this?
mark your vote. Can we do a voice vote for that? I can't reset the system.
Okay, sorry. We'll have to calm down. We were all very excited. You're absolutely right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? All right. This is going to be very exciting. Bud and Barbara, thank you for everything you did for Yountville. So with that, let's move on to the second administrative item, which is adopting a resolution authorizing our town manager to execute a 3-year on-call agreement with KNN Public Finance, and with an amount not to exceed $100,000. And we have Celia, who's going to be giving us a staff report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. We are happy to report that we had a good response to the request for proposals that we issued on June 20th. 8 firms submitted proposals for the role of financial advisor to the town by the July 21st deadline. After reviewing all the proposals, staff scheduled interviews with 3 of the firms to further discuss the services they would provide to the town, and interviews were held on July 23rd. The interview panel consisted of Town Manager Brad Ralston, myself, Financial Analyst Kyle Batista, and we asked Liz Habkirk, Assistant City Manager of City of Napa, to join us for some outside perspective and input. So we thank Liz for her contributions to this process. The result of the process is staff's recommendation for the town to partner with KNN Public Finance. Melissa Schick and Bobby Chung participated in the interview as they will be the key personnel from KNN who will be working closely with the town. We believe Melissa and Bobby's experience and expertise will be highly beneficial to Town Council and staff as we move forward with analyzing funding strategies for capital improvement projects and as we complete more routine and ongoing tasks such as developing financial models. The action recommended for Town Council is to authorize the town manager to execute a 3-year on-call agreement not to exceed $100,000 with KNN Public Finance. And should the Town Council approve this resolution, Melissa is here at the meeting with us this afternoon with a brief presentation and will be available for questions as well. So if there are any questions of council, of staff, Brad and I would love to answer them.
Any questions for staff right now, or should we hear the presentation? No questions right now. Let's go ahead and hear the presentation, please.
And council members, Melissa Schick from KNN Public Finance. And as Celia mentioned, I will be serving alongside my colleague Bobby Chung on behalf of the town of Yountville. Just a brief overview, both myself and Bobby have been in the municipal finance business, each for over 20 years. Both of us are partners at the firm and serve in kind of a lead advisory role for the firm's clients. And then I'll serve as the main engagement manager working closely with staff, but Bobby will certainly be intimately involved throughout any engagement we have with the town. And I myself do a lot of work advising cities throughout California. And Bobby's unique in that he does a good amount of work in Napa County. So he advises the county itself as well as a number of different jurisdictions throughout the county. Just a brief overview of our firm. You know, we're a registered independent municipal advisory firm, so we're registered with the SEC as well as with the MSRB. We're independent and owned and operated really to avoid any conflicts of interest as it relates to other municipal finance products. Our sole line of business is providing municipal advisory services to public agencies. We have just under 20 advisors at our firm. We're located in Berkeley. Our headquarters are in Berkeley, though I have colleagues in Los Angeles and Orange County. So we're local and super happy to come up to Yountville when needed. As mentioned, you know, we work with cities, but we also work with a number of counties, the state of California, special districts, as well as KNN has a very large schools practice. And then, you know, we're a well-resourced firm. So I mentioned myself and my colleague Bobby will primarily be serving Yountville. But we have a staff that will work alongside us, and then there's certainly, whenever needed, we can pull in the expertise of other advisors in the firm. So just briefly in terms of how we intend to serve you, you'll have this presentation as a leave behind, but the emphasis is really that we're here to first provide strategic planning and analysis, and really to support your mission and your priorities. So we'll work arm in arm with staff to provide the analysis needed to help guide sound decision making, and primarily as it relates to capital financing and strategic planning and associated analysis around that. If debt was a part of the strategic planning, we would provide advice on borrowing alternatives and approach in that regard. And so as we look over kind of the immediate term, certainly the Commons Development Project is something that we spoke with staff in the interview process. But you also have a larger capital improvement program. And really, as we identify any project within your capital improvement program, our approach is threefold. Is first to look at the funding needs, or the project needs and the funding needs. The second is to develop and analyze an implementation approach in the context of a financial model and a cash flow model. And the third is to, with staff, strategize on funding alternatives and the capacity of the town to potentially borrow for any project or program. We will look at your different revenue streams in the town. And probably the first way to finance a project would be the issuance of the lease revenue bonds, as the town has done in the past for the community center. But there could be the opportunity to pay back bonds with new revenue sources, and that may require going to the voters for approval. And we work with a number of our clients in analyzing the potential to raise new revenues to support projects and then potentially support debt. There also could be debt that would be issued on behalf of enterprises, which would be supported by potentially revenues of your water or wastewater enterprise. And then we're here to serve alongside staff for any need that may come from this body. And there's various types of services that we do in addition to analysis. It's research, preparing memos, preparing presentations on a number of topics of interest to cities in California, notably affordable housing, solar projects, and even just workforce housing. So we're prepared to really answer questions of your council that then get filtered down to staff. And then the town has outstanding debt, and if it were to issue new debt, our role is to assist you in the ongoing management of the debt. One, as it relates to new opportunities to potentially refinance debt for saving. But two is that there's ongoing reporting requirements associated with debt issued in the public market, which our firm would help manage. And then we often provide training to debt staff as well as to governing bodies. So I actually recently provided training to NVTA board on bonding and what that means. And we're here to provide transparency and trust through financial decision makings and executing of financing. So to that end, if we were to get to a point where the issuance of bonds seemed like the appropriate path moving forward to advance projects of the town, we would serve in the capacity and advise on really all aspects of a debt issuance. So that really concludes my presentation. Just one final thing I would say is we often have a slide on the role of a municipal advisor. And I just want to conclude saying that our role is a fiduciary role. And it is my obligation to put the town's interests first and foremost in any advice and recommendation that I offer. And I just want you to know that you have that you can have the trust in both myself as well as our firm that is our job, is we're working for the town with your interest in mind. So that concludes, and thank you for having me.
All right, great. I will ask council if they have any questions for Celia or our new financial advisor. So, town manager, you have some comments?
Well, the only comment I want to make, and Melissa, it's probably worth just staying up at the mic in case you and Celia can tag team any questions. But two terms that are the same, and I know MA, FA get used interchangeably. So I just want you to, because an FA, is obviously, especially when you get into a bonding practice, kind of a term that I think gets used probably more through, underwriter, et cetera. And then MA is just more of a general advisor. But in essence, they're the same thing. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I just wanted to be clear that MA, FA is what we're talking about. And and I'll finally say, because I was on the interview panel and I've never worked with KNN, and obviously we were all impressed to the point we're making the recommendation today. And I just thought, the approach was really just a sound approach. And I think having a fresh organization, and I had never met Melissa before. She walked in and with Bobby, and Bobby was at the interview too. I was happy they were both there in person too. I was just really impressed with their experience and kind of their approach. So I know that the Commons is such a big project for the community, and I know that you said trust and transparency. I think those are two really good words when you make important financial decisions. So I just wanted to share with you my insights, and then assuming you approve the contract, I'm looking forward to working with you. And I feel like this will be an ongoing conversation. I know next we're talking about design build, but there's really all these pillars that we're putting together so that we can at some point come before you and say, here are your funding options. And I'm not sure exactly when that'll be, but all of these pillars sort of build that house or build that structure. So thank you, and we're excited to be working with you.
And I just want to echo what Brad said. You interview a lot of people or groups for a certain position, and I've experienced it many times. They all sound great because they send the A team out, and then when you get to work, the C team shows up. So I'm really happy to hear that you'll be directly involved with Bobby on that. So questions, Councilmember Tripp.
Yes, thank you for the great proposal, which actually I read in some detail, which it's pretty thick. So that was so I'm just going to, and one of the interesting things about being on the council is we see you and then you disappear, and then something completely finished emerges. So I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you a few questions.
Sure.
And keeping in mind that what's prompted this is really the Commons. So I do realize that as a financial advisor, you do other things, but and a lot of your proposal hit upon that. And I think it's great you've worked with small cities and big cities.
Mm-hmm.
Yountville is pretty unique. And I say that because it's been a couple years, but I went on the website of the state, and of 372 cities, we're about in the middle in terms of revenue, along with cities with 25, 30, 35,000 people. And then when you look at size, number of residents and physical size, we're in the bottom 10.
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely have the revenue. But it's a unique thing because really 3,000 people is not a lot of people to support a long-term commitment. So anyway, one of the things I liked in your proposal, you spoke to different ways to approach this, and the Commons and paying for it. And you had a box next to borrowing is federal, state grants or loans. And you aptly note it's not free money. But so my question is that an expertise you can help us at least? I don't know what the outcome will be, but I do feel it's important to look at the options. And that there's some problems with so-called free money. Is that an expertise you have to guide us as to what programs might be available for us to either borrow or get grants?
So we're not a grant, we're not grant writers, and grant isn't necessary. searching grant funding isn't necessarily our specific expertise.
Right.
That being said, we work with a number of public agencies, and the question is worth answering or worth asking and worth exploring. So query if even with commons, right, is if there's a solar component to it.
Well,
Or
I'm
do
thinking housing mostly.
Yeah.
Housing, right, maybe solar might be available, but certainly housing is.
For sure,
Yeah.
and I think it's worth exploring and worth researching. And our view is you think about the free money first, right? And then as you get through thinking through funding strategies, debt should be the last resort. And so, do I know something specifically related to housing or even workforce housing? No, but that can be researched for sure. And we could ask other cities as well if they've explored such topic.
Yeah, I personally feel that's very important, that we don't necessarily move immediately to bonding.
Yep.
Or borrowing, basically. A bond is a borrowing. So, and that goes to my other question that puzzles me about this process. Clearly, there's a huge complexity and ability to structure the bonds and huge expertise required. But moving back a step, when you look at just from a basic viewpoint, we're building a lot of housing units. 92% of the project is housing. And so the viability of that, and when I say viability, my goal would be that it not be a drain, particularly on our existing general fund revenues, that self-supporting is not the right word, but you get my idea, the rental income. So you'll have models. So my question is, because it's always what do you put in the models, that what is the data that you put in your cash flow, the inputs. So my question is, do you have any expertise or ability for us to understand, are our rental projections realistic? Because it's all about, rental. What are our operating expenses, management of the project realistic? Is the cost to the town to maintain the grounds realistic? Do you have any... How does that work? Do you verify those inputs, or are we on our own to investigate that?
I think with, the project team that will be on board as it relates specifically to the project, first and foremost, they will be the ones driving the assumptions for both revenues and operations and maintenance.
Okay.
Our job is to put it in a model as well as in a meaningful way such that staff and council can see the inflows and the outflows. And then, stressing some of the what if only X units get rented, or what if operations go up by Y%. And just really testing the vulnerability of the project, as well as the feasibility of the project. With regard to specific analysis on rental, my superficial understanding of the project is this is a very unique project, and unique rental, unique spaces, attracting a specific rental level. We do work on affordable housing projects, and we also have sub-consultants that we work with that help us in evaluating the efficacy of certain rent levels at different income levels. So is KNN has expertise in setting rental rates? No. But we have resources to, provide some analysis around fluctuations in both revenues and operations. And then we have partners in the affordable housing space that we often work in tandem with on those types of projects.
Right, because, and this may not be everybody's goal, but my goal would be that, especially on the housing units, I don't think Yountville's made a commitment that out of our other revenues, we particularly want to subsidize.
Right.
And so what goes into the model is really important. And I think you know that. And clearly the bondholders are not going to, buy bonds if the numbers, the inputs don't look right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that, and then you hit upon another thing about the stress test. And so that was my other question. Do you stress test, let's just say it's not catastrophic, but our revenues as a town go down 10%, because of TOT, we're driven by TOT in large majority. Do you stress test that in your models as to what would happen in terms of our ability to pay off these long-term bonds? Because it's 30 years, I don't know, 30 years, most of the bonds?
Most bonds for long-term capital projects are 30 years.
So would you stress test that? So let's say our revenues went down 10, 20%, or our TOT or general fund revenues. Yeah. Do you stress test that?
I mean, one statistic that we will always look to is a debt service coverage ratio. So what are the revenues relative to the debt? And it's usually done on an annual basis, right? So you repay debt annually. That debt is repaid on a level basis. A lot of it is just it's affordability too, right? Now you currently have your outstanding obligations that are a line item in your budget. And if you were to issue more debt, there will be a new line item in your budget.
Right.
And it's making certain that new debt, first and foremost, is affordable. And we work with staff in terms of the allocation of revenue to that new debt, mostly from a budgetary perspective. I think the market, oddly enough, will give you more capacity to issue debt than the town itself will probably feel comfortable doing. But we can run all the stress tests in the world,
and you
for
hit
sure.
Just the exact thing that I was going to ask you about. I just personally always encumbered myself with mortgages less than I probably could have. And so that's my other question. We could clearly borrow a lot of money. The question is, will you help us decide how much money we should borrow, given some of our either concerns or goals?
That's our job.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so I had those, I think, actually. Oh, I had one more question. Mm-hmm. So clearly what is going to drive the debt is what we're going to build.
Correct.
So if I build a $5 million house in Yountville, I'm going to need to rent it for X, Y, or Z. And then I'm going to need to pay a mortgage and figure out. So my question is, how does that relate? We're going along a path where we are designing, let's just say we're designing a really high-end project that's going to be very expensive. How do we at some point know whether that's too expensive? Do you see what I'm saying? Whether we're going to want to pay for that, whether the rental will cover it, and then at what point do municipalities make any adjustments if they need to and just say, we're not going to build a $5 million house. We don't want to pay that off. We'll build a $3 million house.
Yeah. It's definitely a process, right? And there's the project component, and as I understand, the town manager will be moving forward with maybe the design build piece of the project. But the financial analysis is ongoing.
Okay.
And in truth, you're not locked into the financing until you actually sell the bonds. And so that process happens entirely along the way. And if for some reason you were to get responses back on the cost of the project, and they're X, and you have some cash resources, but then you'd have to fill the funding gap with a borrowing, and we could run how much the borrowing would cost the town on an annual basis. It would be clear whether that was affordable or not, working with staff on the various revenue sources and how they may already be committed within your budget.
Great. Yes, I'm right. Focused on some of the financial, because it's a long-term commitment, but
Yes.
I really liked your proposal, and I feel very comfortable that you will certainly do it correctly, along with Celia, who is amazing. So thank you.
Well,
and I'll
thank
stop
you.
now.
Any other questions from the council? Hearing none, thank you very much for
Thank you
your
very
presentation,
much.
and
Yeah.
welcome on board, and thanks in advance for helping us.
For sure.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Appreciate it.
So, do we have any questions from the public? Any public comment?
Alan Tenscher, I found your questions very enlightening, especially about the free money and that the debt is the last option. So I think it's critical that we have the resources and the expertise to take advantage of those and make sure that we see that up front if it's going to be more than $100,000 over 3 years. So that's, I think, a very important thing to consider. I think there's one other item that I wanted to bring up, and I'd hate to forget it because I think it's important, but let's see. Give me a minute and let me see if I can dredge it from my rapidly failing memory. Had to do with, well, for now it's flown away, but with your availability and that sort of thing, I'm sure we'll be able to get that addressed at a future date. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other public would like to come up? If not, I'm going to bring it back to council, and we'll deliberate and consider approving a resolution. So I just also wanted to add that I was not on the council, but I was sitting in the audience when there was a lot of discussion about something similar when we wanted to build a community center. We certainly weren't in the financial situation that we are today. And there was definitely a lot of questions and concerns from the audience. I know I brought a lot up. And now that 20 years have passed, there's kind of a lot to learn about the unknown, the future. It's like one of the things is that this council has, over the years, interest rate was pretty high back then, and we've refinanced and refinanced and refinanced again. So who would have thought of all that? And, to the point where, the funds were quite different. And, decision then about, there weren't really a lot of grants or any of that stuff for community centers back then, but, that's part of the process. What I'm trying to say, moving forward is that, the council, with the advice of our financial analyst or municipal analyst, whatever we're calling you, that's what MA stands for, right? Municipal advisor. Municipal advisor, okay. It's going to be a lot. We're all going to be learning a lot because there is going to be some control that we really want to have. And what is that control going to cost us? And that, I think, are going to be some of the challenges, getting grants. It's like, how much do we really want to keep a hold of, and how much are we going to let go to get the project we want? And in addition to what Councilmember Tripp brought up about, what the project looks like. So there's a whole lot of pieces going forward. So thank you very much, Town Manager, for just putting another tool in our toolbox to at least having somebody help us with all the financial aspects that are coming ahead of us. So any comments, Councilmember Tripp?
I feel very good about hiring KNN as the financial advisor, and I really want to encourage all of us and the community to really, this is a very large project, which is not to say the community center wasn't a large project, but we're talking about building, I don't know, between 50 and 75 units. That's a big project. So I really encourage the community to weigh in on this. As the mayor said, the question of how much control we want, how much are we willing to pay it out of our own resources, and then long term, over the next 30 years, how much would we want to have to subsidize this project if it came to that. But hopefully the analysis will show that it won't come to that. But I just really encourage, I think community, with a lot of the jargon, it can seem extremely complex and sale leasebacks and bonds and whatnot. But at the bottom, it's all something we can understand. You own it, you got to pay for it, and there's a certain amount of revenue potentially. So I just really would like to encourage the community. I've not heard anything from hardly anybody about this. So we're embarking on a really serious commitment and a long-term commitment and a big commitment. So that would be my thinking. But we have the right tools in the toolbox, as the mayor said. So I'm glad about that, and so I fully endorse this.
Vice Mayor McKee.
Thank you. I should have asked, now I'm going to do the reverse. I'm going to ask a question in the comment section, but it is going to lead into my comments, is how will, when we're running models and gaining information from KNN to make decisions, how will that reporting get out in front of the community? So as we are making decisions, what steps along the way will there be actually that kind of reporting knowledge? Will it be on our website, and will it be at different meetings? How will that take place?
I'll try to answer that. I think we're committed to what we said we're going to do when we adopted the budget and the vision, which was in essence quarterly updates to the community through the planning phase. Bringing an FA on board, MA on board now is critical to starting to do some of the analysis. I think we intend, and I've announced that in September, early September 9th through the 16th, we'll have our really sort of first quarterly update. That will be more about the updated site plan, and we will sort of preview the entitlements, because really the big next step for this council is to go through the entitlements, which includes the zoning, includes the specific land use decisions. I think the next quarterly update, which I'm looking at the beginning of next year, will be when we will come to you with funding options. And I think that's when we'll have all the people that we need to give you all the information you need to make an informed decision. And so this includes what's the next pillar, which is your next item of okay, we will now have a short list of design build teams, so we can really get into the cost. And I think the point of, are we building the right size house or the right, that will come through the builder. I mean, an FA is not going to be able to look at construction costs and those things, right? They'll be able to plug that into their model and do the stress tests. So that'll be, I think, if you want to think of it as, September, we'll give a updated site plan. We'll talk about the entitlements. We're not going to be before you with the entitlements. You'll get that through the process in between September and, I don't know, I don't want to say, let's just say early next year. There will be steps that lead us to, and this is where then, Melissa and her team will be able to, get the broader picture, because I think the other pillar is going to be the operator. And I've said we're not going to operate this. We are acting as developer. We are looking to partner with, whether it's housing money or other stuff money. I mean, I will always say there's no such thing as free money. There is other people's money, and that comes with strings attached to it. So we will consider those options as we get you to a place early next year where you can make money decisions. And that's where, Melissa will be front and center saying, this is what I think, and you can ask her, and obviously Celia and I will be alongside, but it can be a third party that, is able to, scrub the numbers or stress test things and give you
But
the.
this will be for various steps, like when we're focused on horizontal building, and then again later when we're looking at vertical?
Yeah, I mean, we have a budget for this fiscal year, which is, roughly the $2 million that had been allocated through the previous budgeting series. So, I do think there's a PAYGO model that gets us into horizontal. We're not going to go there until we have a big. I don't want to do the horizontal with cash and then not have a plan for the vertical, because obviously you don't want to sit around with pads for years unless you have an understanding of how you're going to do the actual housing. So all of that's connected. So I guess my point is that early next year you will have the whole picture, the community will have the whole picture, and you will be able to have all the people, more than just an FA, that can advise these big decisions. And I feel at that point, I can answer every question. But right now, we're building a team that gives you, the toolbox, I guess, is what we're using today to analyze those and make informed decisions and make sure that we're not putting the town at risk long term.
Thank you. So that leads into my comment that, this is a huge project, and it's never been done before in town. We have great experts in our finance as well as on the development side, but we're being prudent and responsible and reaching out to a professional company with municipal advisory skills and the experience. So I think we're doing what we need to do to be clear and transparent and make level-headed and responsible decisions for Yountville now and in the future.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just agree with all the comments I've heard, especially what the Vice Mayor just said. I think I definitely can support this 3-year on-call contract with K&N. We've always been fortunate to have a very experienced and knowledgeable financial team here, but I look forward to the fact as we begin this big project that the town manager and the town in general, that we're bringing in resources, we're bringing in people that help us to make the decisions in a prudent way, financially, fiscally responsible way, but also we're bringing in a team for K&N for as we move to the future with other CIP projects and all that, become a resource to help, whether it's wastewater and water rate studies in the future. There'll be a resource for our team to help us make better decisions. So I look forward to working, for the town to be working with you. Thank you.
Councilmember Reeves.
I just wanted to say that I very much support this idea of working with K&N. I'm grateful to the town manager for his expertise and his forward-thinking team building. I think gathering people who will be able to give us a project that we can be proud of and that serves our needs as a community is one of the things we hired him to do. And I think that this first project of getting a financial advisor on board is showing a big nod to our fiscal responsibility, and I think everyone in the community wants to know that we are being careful, and this is a perfect example of that care. And I think none of us want to jump into something that isn't going to work out for the town. That's sort of the basic given here. And always when you embark on some new investment, whether it's buying your own house or building a business or whatever, there's a lot of curiosity about what the outcome will be. But when you build a team that advises you about your options and the alternatives, then it makes that leap of faith possible and a lot less scary. So I'm very grateful for pursuing this step-by-step process that we are pursuing. and hiring and taking advantage of expertise that is specific to our needs. So I am very much in favor of this. Thank you.
I also fully support this, and again, also I'll reiterate that town staff and the town manager did a great job. It's pretty nice to see we had 8 people actually apply for this, in Little Yountville, and even though it's a lot of money to us, I mean, it's also something that maybe not everybody would even come to Yountville and want to do this, because I think, as we heard, we've got a really unique and very different idea here for the town of Yountville. So I think that I'm very confident. I think your presentation, I didn't hear the other ones, but I probably would have picked you too. So thank you very much to the staff for doing that. So yes, I just really hope that our public sees that, yeah, if you're nervous, we're a little nervous too, but we're going to get you there. So we're going to have a good team to do that. We're not going to be, just shooting by the seat of our pants, as they say. We're going to really have the right team to really kind of help us inch along as we move forward. So with that, Councilmember Tripp, do you have any final comments?
Actually, I had a question about something the town manager said. First of all, I have a lot of confidence in our staff, but one of the things you see as both a lawyer and a business person is things that don't always go well, and I'm a firm believer in more heads are better than one, and so it's good to have people help us think through what our blind spots might be, what we're not thinking about, and also to define our goals. So my comments have no bearing on my view of the likelihood of success or the town manager's ability to manage this. But I do think it's sometimes helpful for everybody to stop, and we are moving very quickly. And so I think that is one of my concerns, that we have time to think this through. So I just want to ask the timing of updates and whatnot. So one of my questions, basic questions, is you mentioned, and I think everybody here agrees, we want to look at options for financing and paying for this. And you mentioned those will be presented in maybe early winter, January or so. At that point, we will just beginning to go out for bid. How will we actually know what this is going to cost? So in terms of looking at financing options, will we have there's, I think, a whole industry of construction estimators and people who tell you what something might cost, but we're just beginning the process to get a bid to build what we have in mind. So how will we think about the financing if we don't really know what it's going to cost? Because we won't have gone out to bid. We'll still be at the beginning stage of going out to bid, as I understand it, right?
Well, the next item on your agenda is the RFQ, and so when we shortlist design build teams, we will have a pretty good window into what the current market is for
and what
construction.
It will cost?
Yeah.
Okay.
This will give us a new window. We also have Pound Management, Sean Grinnell. They do have cost estimating capabilities. We have Brendan Kelly, obviously our lead designer. He's heard me say I don't trust designers' estimates, but, they do have estimates that they have, because he's building stuff around the valley. It's not like he's just. So we will have good information, but I will tell you the most important thing, I think, from a comfort level standpoint is when we do, when we get proposals from design builders, let's just say for the horizontal, for us to award the GMAX contract, we have to have the money in the bank, if you will, whether that's pay-go or financing or debt. So we can't award the contract unless we can demonstrate that we have the money to pay it. So those things are all kind of sequential, but I do feel confident January, February, with the information we'll learn through the RFQ process, that we will be able to come to you with options.
And some basic thought as to what it will cost us.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with that, can I get a motion from the council in a second to consider adopting Resolution 25-4382?
I move that we adopt Resolution 254381, authorizing the town manager to
thank you.
execute a 3-year on-call agreement with KNN Public Finance to provide financial advisory services for a total agreement amount not to exceed $100,000.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote?
You may vote.
Okay, thank you.
That item passes unanimously.
Great, so KNN, thank you very much for your application, and we have now awarded that contract, so we have financial advisors for this project and other projects we might take on. So thank you very much, and we're moving ahead. So next item on the administrative calendar is to authorize the town manager to release a RFQ for design-build entities to qualify to provide design-build services. And town manager, you want to start?
Yeah, I want to start, and obviously John Ferns, our Public Works Director, sitting next to me, Brendan Kelly, our lead designers in the back. We all work together on this staff report, and John, took the heavy ore, I'll call it, in terms of the attachments and all the things that you see here in the staff report. Since we mentioned it in the previous report, I will reiterate that there is a process to design build that we did discuss several meetings back. And so we, in essence, created a policy that allows for us to use the state laws that generally give us this ability. The idea of design build is important to understand for the community. What that, in essence, means is that as we work through a design process, which is what we've been doing since we acquired the site, with the adoption of the vision, and now what you will see on September 9th through the 16th, we will then to a point where we hand it off to a design build team. And that would be when we ask for an RFP. And I think to the point that was brought up at the end, we're still not sure how to shape the RFP, because we will learn a lot through the RFQ in terms of how much the horizontal might cost. Could we perhaps do this with cash? Maybe we want to look at, phases where maybe there's certain buildings that get built. All of those things are continuing being thought about. But ultimately, the design build team takes the design, and they have what they need to have for sure is a general contractor and who will be the architect of record. There can be more people on their design build team, but they will then have to finish the permits. So they will actually, as a team, submit to the town, to Aaron and to John, a permit set. And so we will have the back and forth that we have with others. Obviously, since we have taken the design as far as we can, we'll have a much more familiarity with the project, so that can hopefully be streamlined. But that becomes really that critical point, because then we have this next level where we have to issue the permit, right? And that permit will both have a GMAX contract, which will be bonded, which means that the general contractor is bonded to finish the work that they say they're going to do, and there will be an architect of record, which will not be Brendan Kelly. Okay, so Brendan Kelly has to be the lead designer in terms of getting it to this transition point, but then he will also, assuming he's still in the good graces of the town, act as our owner's rep. And we will be on a team that will then oversee the design build team. Okay, and so this is where you get into construction and change orders and RFIs and that whole world. So I just want people to understand how that would work. And Brendan would not be eligible to be on a design build team, because he has in essence helped us put this process together to date. So he's disqualified himself because of his, and this is part of the state law, so that we are subject to that. So I wanted to, excuse me, first of all explain that, and then John can kind of get through quickly the details. I know we're almost 6 o'clock and this is a meaty agenda, but I feel like all we're doing today is really getting the process started. We're not making any decisions here in terms of, it'll be like what you just saw with the FAs or the MAs, is that we will create a short list. And then that short list gives you the ability, once we know how to shape this thing through stages and phases, to request for proposals. And then it will lead to the question of what we can fund or finance. So, John?
So, yes.
Brendan's here, too, to answer questions if you have them, by the way.
Thank you. He hit a lot of it with that presentation or that introduction, but to what I heard a moment ago is in the forward-thinking team building category, this is the next step for the design build team. So we did on June 17th adopt the policies and procedures for design build type contracts. And so there's 3 steps to that, or 4 steps really, but adopting the policy allows us to do it. The next step is issuing the RFQ, and then we get into the preliminary design and bridging documents, and then we issue an RFP. So we're really at the second step after adopting the policies and procedures for the design build. And so as part of that process, our RFQ document, which is the template is attached to the staff report, outlines everything that we would publish in order to collect teams' statements of qualifications on how they think they best qualify for doing what we want to do with the Yountville Commons project. And so inside that RFQ document, there's some minimum RFQ requirements that state our authority and purpose, how we can do this and why we can do this. And then there would be the project definition that really are the bridging documents that state what we're after in terms of just in general for the project. It's not specific to where it's identifying we want to hire you to do the horizontal part yet. We're not anywhere close to that. This is just, are you a team qualified to do a project of this size and scale, and do you have qualifications that you can present to us that says you are a team that can do a project of the quality and the size and scale that we're looking at. When we issue the RFQ, it'll have a procurement schedule with it, and then it'll specify what items we want them to submit, so we are comparing oranges to oranges and apples to apples on all the submittals. And then we have an evaluation criteria that will allow us to rate those when they come in. The evaluation criteria that you see in the staff report or the attachments is a draft, so it is adjustable if it needs to be. And so we can make some changes to that. Some of the categories there are technical expertise, past performance, key personnel, financial bonding capabilities, safety, locality in terms of local business, and sustainability. And then, so those will be some of the things that get submitted with the RFP. One thing I want to state is, stepping back a step, we're going to advertise this RFP in the similar manner that we do our design bid build projects. And so we use a service that broadcasts our bid documents or requests for bids, just like RFPs. This RFQ will get published to basically all of the counties in Northern California. And so we're going to broadcast this to a large audience to gather as many opportunities as we can. And we also have the ability to invite specific teams. We can send it to a specific team and invite them to participate if there's somebody that has shown interest or is local to Yountville that we're interested in doing it. The other piece to know is that we're not at the level of detail where we would be specifying things like insurance requirements and insurance and liability and things like that. That will come tied to the RFP process, and it will be a consultation with the town attorney and our risk manager. It won't be our standard contract because this project is of such a high scale and quality and value that we'll probably have to adjust our insurance limits and things like that up to qualify for this size and scale of project. And with that, I think we've pretty much laid it out in terms of what we would want to do. If this gets approved, we will continue assembling it as a group. Our goal is to publish it in August, perhaps as early as next week or the week after, and then receive the statements of qualifications from the potential candidates. And then we will be assembling a qualifications panel who will evaluate those submissions based on the evaluation criteria. That qualifications panel is currently planned to be Town Manager Brad Ralston, our architect and planner Brendan Kelly, the consulting project manager, Sean Grinnell, myself, and then each of the chairpersons or their designated assignee from our 3 advisory committees, being the Zoning and Design Review Board, which would be Stephen Miller, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, Alan Tincher, and the Measure S Oversight Committee, which would be Lisa Bartolucci. And so that group of people will take all of the input that we receive and develop that short list that we can then work from to issue the future RFPs and then tie down those costs and things that we were talking about. I'll hand it back to Brad if he wants to.
You said it all, so thank you.
So I just have a quick question. So when you call down the short list, then who will be the team that will interview that short list for a final decision?
That's to be determined. You know,
okay.
I think that's a much more complicated sort of process. So at this stage, again, we're just shortlisting. We can gather data.
Okay.
We'll come to you early next year with options in terms of, you know, phasing, staging, financing, funding. So I think that will depend on where we're at that stage.
So that even before you get to that stage, that seems like quite a bit of work with, you know, staff and our, you know, chairs from our advisory councils. I think there'll be some learning curve for the people on the advisory councils to get up to speed about how you really do this process. It's good that they'll be there, but so this is going to be, I recognize the staff work that's going to go into this. So,
well, and I've warned Alan and the others that we could get
trying to warn them
upwards of 20, 30 qualified SOQs. You know, so this could be a week in a room, like listening to these groups, which I do think would be really a healthy thing. And I know Alan looks forward to it as long as we do it before he goes off for vacation. So we're going to be trying to do is quick. But again, like that's a process, and you're right. It will probably be several days that we will sit in a room, and but we will make sure they're orientated and they understand the scoring and how we. And I think that's part of your package. And I know there was, John kind of went through the criteria. So it'll be a very clean process, but it will be very time consuming.
Yeah. So thanks to everybody involved ahead of time. Councilmember Tripp.
It was a very nice package you put together that really went through the detail. So the this part of the process, it's a qualitative evaluation of firms based on what their capacities and abilities and all that. And then at some point we get down to the quantitative part, and that would be the RFP, correct?
Correct.
And so what is the law or the practice? We must, I think, get competitive proposals, right? Quantitatively, as in like, this is what it costs.
When we get to the RFP?
Right. Is that the outcome of the RFP?
But the law allows us to pick the best value, not the lowest responsible bidder.
But
so
we
that's
will
the
have
difference.
numbers at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And we'll have more than one number to compare.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Knight, question?
Yes, Mayor. Question, maybe a question about the RFQ, if that's what we're starting at. So I appreciate your report. Thank you, and I support this. I just, when looking through a report and looking through attachment 3, the draft RFQ, on page 7, there's this evaluation and ranking of offerers, what we're going to be presenting to all these folks that may want to do business in town. And so there's a list of scope of qualifications and a percentage from technical expertise 30, past performance 20. This is page 7 on attachment 3. 10% for safety, and then so there's 7 scopes, and at the bottom is sustainability of 5%. So my suggestion is that for the sake of the fact of the importance I believe this community has for building a very sustainable project, that we, in the minds of the folks that will look at our scope of qualifications, will have a sense that we have a little bit more of an interest in sustainability than the bottom of dropping sustainability at 5%, that we recognize the importance of 50% of, we want technical experience and past performance, but maybe we want someone that says, wow, this community really is looking for sustainability. So I'm suggesting a slight tweaking of these SOQs on which is the evaluation and ranking of offerers the town will consider, that we consider maybe making technical expertise 25% and making at least sustainability the same amount as safety and financial bonding or more, and so that we are, and I'm clear that in California with Title 24, we're going to get very proficient builders and on energy efficiency and all that, but let's make it clear to them we're looking for someone with technical experience and past performance building very high-quality, sustainable projects. So I suggest tweaking that SOQ a little bit.
So I have some questions, because my concern there is like kind of going back to the days of the community center when that was, we were really looking at LEED certification, and it was very important. I totally agree with the concept, and I would support that. But as we just kind of talked about with the financing, I want to evaluate all of that based on cost as well. I know that just adds a complexity to it. So instead of, I don't want it to be like black and white. I know you have to put those numbers in there, but yeah, I want that if, it doesn't double the cost. So how do we factor that in?
I mean, I think that's an easy change, first of all.
Okay.
So say 25% and then keep 10% as all of those. I will, and Brendan sort of created those ratios, so he gave me the head nod already. So I don't think there's any legal issue there. Okay. And I think that's fine. I think to your point, and I will tell you, I know we have another meeting Thursday. We've been meeting with PG&E, you've been meeting with PG&E. Like, we are committed, because this isn't only like a sustainability, this is an affordability issue in terms of having an energy, I'll just say energy, but really solar. I mean, we all know solar is what we're doing. We're looking at batteries. We're looking at all kinds of things. Because, the reality of all of our energy bills is what's, pushing the affordability issue. And I think, Brendan has helped me sort of learn how to speak kilowatts per hour and all of these metrics that get thrown around at us often, and I'd be very well informed and very committed to what we can afford, but not just like the construction costs, but the ongoing costs, because that's really the important thing when you look at affordability. So I will tell you easily 10%, like I have no problem. These are just percentages that I think Brendan came up with just to create a scorecard. Because it speaks to more than just sustainability. I think it speaks to what I was just saying in terms of affordability and all those things. So.
And Mayor, I'm not suggesting that we necessarily are looking for, we want to preclude people and that we're looking for people that are only going to build LEED. I mean, I don't think we can necessarily afford that. We're trying to be fiscally responsible, but I think we should let applicants recognize that we see value in sustainability. And so my suggestion is like reducing technical experience from 30 to 25 and increasing sustainability to 10. And then they're just looking at the fact that we see value in that, don't have any wish to necessarily push a project over the top by expecting LEED projects or something like that. Yeah. Maybe it'll happen, maybe not, but.
Well, just on that subject quickly, because the first 10 years of my career, so I guess 10, 20 years ago, everyone was talking about LEED. You don't really hear it much anymore, right? It's not the fad that it was. And I think because we have Title 24, because we're moving into, just kind of a next level as we consider these, things. Let's cut it short. Brendan would come up and tell you for 15 minutes, right, I think. But we can get into that issue that, and I just want you to know, I mean, again, Brendan speaks energy better than most designers I've ever met and knows how to translate these things to, like, real. And I also will remind you that one of your 5-dot priorities was what we called virtual power nodes. So that was in your goal setting session. So that's just another thing we can say to these design build teams, because we are now creating these virtual power nodes. And I think this is a lot of work, and PG&E is always the challenge to make sure that we work with inside of their box, like literally their box, above grade, all of these rules that PG&E has. So we're working hard on that. So I think easy to make that change, and just wanting to reemphasize not only the commitments you've made in the past, but what we'll do in the future.
Okay, another challenge, but I totally appreciate too that the more sustainability we put in, we're going to reap the benefits down the line in those 30 years plus that we'll be paying this off. So, yeah, just there's a lot of balls in the air, and this is complex. So, thanks for taking this on. I totally support this too. Councilmember Reeves, comments?
Yes, and I'm grateful for Councilmember Knight bringing up the change in the sustainability to 10%. I was going to do that too, so thank you. And I just want to reiterate that the cost of not being sustainable is more in the long run than it is investing in sustainability now. So I think we all know that. And we all know that the cost of driving a car, for instance, that's internal combustion is way more than we like to think about. So the investment in electric stuff for the commons is important, I think. So if it costs just a little bit more, it will be saving us in the future.
Okay, I just don't see any more comments, so is anybody ready to make a motion on this item?
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion to adopt resolution number 25-4382, authorizing the town manager to release a request for qualifications for design-build entities to qualify to provide a design-build services for the Yountville Commons Civic and Workforce Housing Design Build Program, with the change that we discussed in the SOQs from 30 to 25 and 5 to 10 for sustainability.
And before we take a vote, I'm going to call for public comment because our clerk just reminded me that I had skipped that. So, public comment on our design build item. This is your last chance, Alan, to bail out, so after all that. Never mind. So, it's public comment. Okay.
We need some public.
Yeah.
No, I have done design build with some of the wineries that I've worked for. I think it's a very value-oriented process. I think the devil will be in the details, but it's, I think, a good way to go in this particular case. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you what I had forgotten before, and it is relevant. It is relevant here because as I look to people who will be building...
And you speak in the mic, I got to make sure the TV people...
I know. But I want to make sure, as I always do, that I make eye contact with the people that I'm really trying to make sure hear my message. And that is that we have a fundamental reliance, and I'm not completely clear the source of whether what we're building is going to be attractive in the marketplace. And so as we march down this process, and it's a little bit late, but maybe I just missed the boat. I've tried to stay current. But if we're building all these units and there is in the end not enough demand for them, then I think we're going to have a lot of trouble meeting our debt obligations. So anyway, the more you can communicate out to the public that information, where we get the idea that this is the right thing to build, and that we have good, solid research on it, would be a benefit for the residents and for your peace of mind. So thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to come up? If not, I just wanted to quickly address that. Just I bring this up periodically because it's such a big project at the Allied Council meeting, and I have gotten 4 people who've come up out of the audience at the end asking me if they can get on the list for affordable housing. Just, brief comments. So, I can't really predict the future either, but I think with 800 employees in town and 800 employees up at the Veterans Home, and that's just within Yountville, I'm cautiously optimistic that this will be a very popular project, but we can always pivot when we need to. So, but thanks for bringing that up. Can we?
I was just going to piggyback and say this is form-based architecture, so if we need to pivot, we have that opportunity to do that, and I think that's forward-thinking and being prudent, and I'd like to second Eric's motion.
All right, thank you very much for that. And would you like for us to, are we ready to vote?
You may vote.
All right.
That item passes unanimously.
All right, great. Well, thank you, John, and thanks to everybody who's going to be helping you out on this. And we'll have another tool in our toolbox with this. So let's move on to the 50% mark here on our administrative items. We want to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 13.18 to comply with new regulations from the State Water Resource Control Board and our town water enterprise system. And I'll let our Public Works Director, John, take this away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As stated, this is the introduction and waive the first reading to revise our ordinance. We already had an ordinance place in regards to cross-connection requirements. So a bit of history, I'll keep it quick. As you know, the town owns and operates our water distribution system, which is regulated by the Division of Drinking Water. Within those regulations are the cross-connection requirements, which is a fancy way of saying backflow prevention. And Brad advised me I should have put that in the title because it would have made it a little easier. But what backflow prevention really means is the water in the pipes in the street is clean and healthy and it's pressurized. And it's pressurizing systems on private property. The best example to give is the fire sprinklers that are above your head right now. So the pressure from the street pressures those fire sprinklers. If something were to happen in the street and the pressure were to reduce, you don't want the water that's sitting in those pipes to return to the pipes in the street and contaminate the water that's there. So how that's controlled is a backflow prevention device right behind the water meter that stops that water from going backwards into the system. Other examples are fire sprinklers, irrigate, if people have private wells on their property, if they have a swimming pool or a decorative pond, anything that has a water source on it that's connected somehow to the plumbing on that property, we need to protect it from backflowing into our system. And so this ordinance is a continuation of the ordinance that was already in place. It clarifies a few things. Really the big ticket item is it's more restrictive in regards to the type of backflow devices that are required for any given application. And so there used to be a thing called a double check valve that was fairly effective, but they've learned over time reduced pressure backflow devices are more effective. And so when you walk around town and you see these things sticking out of the ground that go like that look like pipes and have a bag or a cage over them, that's the backflow prevention device. And so this is just updating that ordinance, and we will continue to enforce it.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Councilmember Tripp.
Really quick question. I had a house in Napa, or it was actually a condo, but and every year you had to do backflow prevention testing, and or maybe it was every 2 years. We don't do that here in Yountville.
Yes, we do, absolutely.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, nobody's ever,
You don't have a backflow device at your house.
No.
And so you don't get the notice. But anybody that does have a backflow prevention device gets an annual notice, and we follow up with them.
So presumably I don't need one. If people who don't have one don't need one?
If you don't have one now, it's been determined that you don't have something that's creating the potential for backflow into the system.
Okay, so it's not all residences.
But since you asked the question, there are 115 or so customers that have been identified as needing backflow devices that don't have them right now.
Okay, so it's not all, okay, thank you.
But not every house requires one, and not every remodel project will trigger this. It's on a case-by-case basis. 99.9% of new projects will trigger this because they're going to require fire sprinklers.
You're not going to put me on the list, right, John? No.
No favoritism.
You could be on
We're
this.
going to check your water bill now.
Exactly.
I have one. I have a swimming pool, so I'm on the list. I've got my green bag in the front. And
Yep.
I know the Adventist Church just went on the list because they put one in, and it's very interesting. They didn't want the green bag. They've got a big fake rock that's very fake covering there. So anyway, just anecdotal information. So with that, I don't see any more questions. Do we have any public comment on backflow devices? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to, oh, yes.
Why, if there's 115 that don't have them, why don't they have them?
Well,
Can you speak, can you give your name?
My
and
name is
speak?
Cheryl
Can you bring the microphone down? I'm just making sure the tape works.
My name is Cheryl Stanley, and I just am interested in why, if I have to have a backflow device, there's 115 that don't.
Situations have occurred or have evolved over time, including the evolution of the rules that are causing the rules to be more strict, or other triggers like fire sprinklers, or somebody may have built a pool and then we found out about the pool, so they'll need it. So there's it adds up to about 115. And so
Those will be getting them?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I think it was really my question. Maybe I
Yes.
didn't.
No, assuming this gets adopted, we are preparing a program to make sure that those 115 are compliant by the end of 2026.
Thank you, John. That's what my question
Absolutely.
really was.
All right, so with that, we will, are we ready to vote, Town Clerk?
Have we made a motion?
I'm ready.
No, I just wanted to make sure that we're ready. Okay, we'll
I'm
make
just
a
making sure
motion
we're-
and a second,
Yes,
and
Mayor,
then
we will
are
be ready to
Okay,
vote.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion, if that's okay.
Yes, please do.
I move the introduction and waive the first reading of ordinance number 25-537, amending Chapter 13.18 to comply with new regulations from the State Water Resources Control Board for the town's water enterprise to administer and operate a cross-connection control program for the potable water distribution system.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. You can cast your ballot.
That passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. We've just approved staying in compliance with the State Water Resource Control Board with our water enterprise system. So thank you very much, Council. Are we good to keep rolling? Yes? Okay. Administrative item E, we're going to consider adopting a resolution awarding the contract for the Yountville Crossroad Main Valve Insertion Project. Director Ferns, you're up.
Thank you again, and good segue. I want to commend Cheryl Stanley. She gets the Marathon Award for this meeting because this is the item that she's here for, and she's made it to this point. So thank you, Cheryl, for your patience. Yes. So
She's counting.
as council is aware, our water supply is Calvet, and based on the infrastructure that Calvet, I have a PowerPoint, it's only 3 slides. I kept it short. At Calvet, based on the infrastructure that has evolved over time, the town has ended up with 30 or so customers, water customers, outside the town limits. And with that infrastructure, it wasn't designed, it evolved over time. And so the situation that occurs right now is not suited to attempting to provide water to our out-of-town customers for those occasions when we're turned off from Rector Reservoir and Rector Water Treatment Plant and we're on Napa Water. And so this picture shows the Napa Valley. You can picture this in your mind. Rector Reservoir is over on Silverado Trail. The pipeline that feeds us and the vet's home comes across Silverado Trail and does not parallel Silverado, and it's not in Silverado Trail like you would think. It's in the vineyards, and it comes out and intersects with Yountville Crossroad. And it's at that intersection at Yountville Crossroad where our connection to their system for our out-of-town customers is. And so it's independent of our other 2 connections that feed the town proper. So there's a connection on Yountville Crossroad, and it's at that connection where our challenge is. The pipeline then continues in and makes a left at Fennell Road. Why that's important is in prior staff to me recognized that this was a challenge. And in the forward thinking category, when they replaced that connection, they put facilities in that would allow us to hook up a pump to it in order to pump water, the Napa water, over to our out-of-town customers. So the challenge being, without a valve in the line between the Fennell Road pump and Rector Water Treatment Plant, we would just be pumping our water straight up to Rector Water Treatment Plant, and it wouldn't pressurize our customers. So in times when we're turned off and Calvet and we coordinate to close a valve, we would close that valve, allowing the pressure from a temporary pump at Fennell to be pumped to our out-of-town customers. Next slide, please. And for those of you that travel Yountville Crossroad and want to see this, sights and sounds as you're driving by, there's a little barn where the blue line coming in from the vineyards is where the pipe comes through. And then that little rectangular box is our connection to their system. Behind you, if you were standing here, is the Cliff Leddy exit driveway. Mm-hmm. So that gives you an orientation of where this is. And so it's there at that location that we need to install a valve on Calvet's water line. We've done due diligence. We've dug a hole. We found the line. We determined what size it was. We needed a contractor to help us do that. And the contractor has given us a proposal to do this work. That's what we're asking you to approve today. Based on the size and type of the pipe, there will be a shutdown associated with installing this valve. It'll be communicated with the customers. And then, next slide, please. Once the valve is in place, again, as you're traveling Yountville Crossroad at the intersection of Fennell, you see that metal cage that is similar to what we were talking about, the backflow devices. There's two pipes that stick out on the end that we can connect a pump to. One will suck water from the Napa water that's in our system, and the other will be pushed out to out-of-town customers. And so what this contract will do will allow us to hire Benchmark Construction, who's based out of Napa, who we've hired for other successful water projects, to dig up the pipe, cut it, put a valve in it, close it, and repressurize it. We ask our customers in that vicinity for their patience during that time, because there will be an interruption in water service, and then there will be a precautionary boil water notice after that. But once that is in place, we'll have a much better tool to operate our system and provide more consistent water service to those customers. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council have questions for Director Ferns? Seeing none, you have questions? Council Vice Mayor.
So we are taking it on ourselves as the town to make a correction to the lines that are actually fall within the state of California's purview?
Correct.
Okay. Then will there be any discussion of reimbursement?
No, we aren't asking for reimbursement at this time. And our cost share with them that we have memorialized is related to the wastewater treatment plant. So wastewater treatment cost, we split 50-50, but we don't have
this. Is totally different.
And we have communicated with them, and they are allowing us to do this.
And it's really nice that they're allowing us to do this work, and I think it's really, again, prudent of us. Thank you.
And this will all be within the water enterprise system.
Correct.
Where the funds are and how so all the ratepayers will be helping out with this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And time frame for this?
We would, if it gets awarded, we'll get on the contractor schedule and then reach out to the water customers to find out if there's a time that works better for them or not. We also have to talk to Calvet, because when we do this, both the town and Calvet will need to go on Napa water for the duration. So there's scheduling, but we would plan on doing it in August or September.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Reeves, questions?
Yes. Do you have an imagined estimated time length for the work?
So process-wise, they would dig the hole, they would expose the pipe in one day, and it would not interrupt service. The next day, they would turn the water off, drain the pipe, put the valve in, and turn the water back on. So if all goes well in that circumstance, which it's entirely feasible to do it in one day, the customers would have pressurized water at the end of that same day but there would be a 48-hour precautionary boil water notice until we could give them 2 test samples that said the water was clean.
Okay, and then you mentioned that not all circumstances would this help those out-of-town customers. You said something about the veterans home.
So it is.
The way they run the.
Yes. And so it is a Cal Veteran line, and depending on the circumstance, under certain it's complicated because there's lots of moving parts. But under certain times, if they turn Rector off, the challenge is they have out-of-town customers also. So they have 4 out-of-town customers in the vicinity of ours, and they try to serve their customers as well. And so depending on the circumstance, if there's circumstances where they wouldn't let us close that valve because we're trying to serve their customers as well. But those circumstances are few and far between. So, I mean, ideally, most of the time, when they have to turn off Rector water treatment plant, we will close this valve and provide water.
Okay.
But it's not 100% guaranteed.
Right. I just wanted to make that clear because, I mean, it is a good fix.
Yes.
But it's not 100%.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Any other public comment before I ask the council to give me a motion?
My name is Cheryl Stanley, and I want to thank the council for keeping this on their agenda, but clearly my thanks goes out to John to really working with us and really keeping us posted and being on track. When you told us they'd be there on a specific day, they were there then, and so I really appreciate all that you have done.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, if there aren't any further comments from council, would somebody like to make a motion for this item? And a second.
I'll move adoption of resolution number 25-4383, awarding the contract for the Yountville Crossroads Main Valve Insertion Project number WA3026 to Benchmark Civil Construction out of Napa, California for $71,260, and authorizing the town manager to execute the construction contract change orders and amendments.
I will happily second.
All right, all ready to vote?
That passes unanimously.
All right, great. So we have just passed a resolution to do some work that's really going to help some of our out-of-town water customers. So we are now moving on to adopt a resolution that's going to approve an amendment to the Town of Yountville personnel policy.
Okay, and I think you all know Ashley Ray, our human resource analyst. I will say it's a bad sign when my iPad is telling me I'm low on power. So I know she's going to go through the next 2 items fairly quickly. We have 3 items left, so thank you for your attention.
We have some power cords around here if you're interested. Okay.
You did? All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Over the past 5 months, staff has been working on a comprehensive update to our town personnel rules and policies. The last time this was updated was in 2018. This has been a collaborative effort led by a personnel rules committee, which was made up of 8 different members, which included our department heads and staff from almost all departments. During each of our meetings, we reviewed all the sections of the personnel rules and policies. We discussed what was important to include, remove, or just simply clarify. Once the initial draft was complete, we brought it back to all members of the YEA and the MMP and also department heads for any additional feedback. The goal of this update was really to modernize our outdated language, ensure that we are compliant with all of our current state and federal laws, and also create policies that reflect the way that we work today. Some of those key changes included a new policy on responsible use of AI, which our IT systems administrator developed, inclusion of standalone policies to ensure that they are all in one document, updates which reflected all the legal changes around protective leave, workplace violence prevention, and other employment laws. And finally, we've replaced all gendered pronouns throughout the document to ensure that language is inclusive and consistent. So I'm bringing forward today the recommendation to adopt the resolution approving the amended personnel rules and policies, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Thank you very much. Does council have any questions for Ashley? I don't see any questions from, we have one from Council Member Knight.
Just to thank you. Thank you for your time and staff's time to review these documents and get everything updated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for council. Any discussion, or would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I have to say I'm impressed by everyone who participated in this. This is sort of an unsung job, so you are unsung heroes. I move adoption of resolution number 25-4384, approving an amendment to the Town of Yountville personnel rules and policies.
All right.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Are you ready for our vote? Okay.
That item passes unanimously.
All right. Just again, thank staff for all the work that they've done for the staff personnel policy and rules procedures. So thank you very much. Second to the last, we're going to consider and discuss approving a town council meeting calendar and approving a winter holiday break in 2025. Town manager, you're up.
Yeah, so just quickly, this will obviously allow people to plan ahead for the holiday break. We are proposing the dates that you see in the agenda packet. We are also proposing to continue the pattern or the practice of the council thanking the staff by offering an additional 3 paid work holidays, so that we keep the town facilities closed during the week of Christmas and Christmas Eve. We will, assuming you approve this today, come back in December with a proclamation that will allow you, council, to provide that to the employees. But for sakes of planning, we wanted to get this on the agenda now because obviously people plan ahead. So happy to answer any questions, but what's in your report is...
Okay. Great. Questions? Councilmember Tripp, questions?
Well, I don't have questions, but I have some comments. So do you want me to wait or give them now?
No, we can do it now.
Okay. I'm going to say the same thing I said 2 years ago when this first came up, as in terms of the closing for the Christmas holiday. I fully support closing for the Christmas holiday. I was an employee for many years, and that's really a wonderful idea. Typically, though, organizations encourage you to use your vacation during that time. And so I have no problem with closing, but I do want to comment, we've now increased the paid holidays, which some are mandatory, federal holidays, obviously, from 12 to 15, so that's a 25% increase. I love the Yountville staff. I fully appreciate them, but I do want to just make a few comments on this. Not so much a value judgment, but in terms of transparency, I think it's just worth noting. So now we have 15 days of paid holidays, so that's like 3 weeks of work. So I took a look at what a mid-level manager under, and this is by agreement, so I'm not trying to change it, but I just want to call this out, a mid-level manager under the agreement with the town, what sort of, and I'll just use the term paid leave, although that is not entirely probably the right term, but it's basically time you get paid for when you're not at work, and there's no basic questions asked. So for a mid-level manager who's been with the town 3 years, so that would be someone like a rec supervisor, you've been here 3 years, and of course, directors have a different and more generous level of benefits. So this is just a mid-level. You get 3 weeks of vacation, 2 weeks of paid administrative leave, which is originally designed to cover meetings that go really late. We don't tend to have those because we start at 3, but a lot of cities start at 6 or 7, so someone might be there till midnight. So anyway, we have 3 weeks of vacation. This is for a mid-level manager with 3 years. 2 weeks of unpaid administrative leave. 12 days of sick leave, so that's another 2.5 weeks. And then we have the 3 weeks of holidays. So out of the working year, there's basically 10.5 weeks of paid time off. And that does not include, and I kind of think of those having managed people as time off that really people get without question. So that's 10.5 weeks. In addition, if you had a family death, you would get bereavement leave. And then there's other categories, leave to go to your kids' schools and whatnot. So I fully support, and I fully support people having vacation and time off, but 10.5 weeks is a lot of time. So I just question whether we need 3 more paid vacation days. And that, I said this 2 years ago, so I haven't just recently become a Grinch. I just think we need to be transparent about that. And again, it's nothing about the staff. It's nothing about closing at Christmas. Everywhere I've worked, you're really encouraged to take vacation if they close. And we have no ability, nor would I even suggest it, that we change the existing, basically 9.5 weeks you get off. However many weeks of the 10.5 are covered by the agreement, but I just really question whether 3 more paid vacation days are, I wanted to raise that. So I said the same thing 2 years ago and didn't get much traction, but when you add it up, 10.5 weeks is a lot of time for a mid-level manager with 3 years of experience. So.
Okay, so with that, I would like to comment that thanks for doing all that math, but on the other hand, a mid-level employee or any employee that they don't always take all of that time. Those are potentially somebody could, max out every sick day and everything else and administrative leave and take that. But I think this special addition at the holiday break, this is why it comes to the council every year for a discretional approval. I see there's a lot of things going on in Yountville. We've just kind of gone through, and we're going to have a lot more activities kind of going on. Just about every staff person, it might not be their job, but they contribute to all of this extra work. And I think we've seen, from some of the staff, I don't really know all your initials as well as you do, the MEAs and the YEAs and all that, but they've also been, in my opinion, very respectful and conservative in terms of what they're asking for. And some of these days are, yes, they're days off, but I've kind of been there, and I know that they still have their jobs, and it gets done in the extra days before this break and the extra days after this break. The work doesn't really kind of go away, and it doesn't really, in essence, except for the few employees that have to come in. We pay them overtime because it's a holiday break. They don't really. It doesn't really cost us that much, but I think it's a great signal and message. I just saw recently where this was the only ask of the similar type of bargaining units in St. Helena because they didn't really have They were asking everyone again to keep tightening their belt because of all the well-known problems up there, and it was denied to them. And it really affected them a lot. They actually wrote quite a bit of a long letter to the council. It's just like, we really thought long and hard. We wanted to participate in the belt tightening, but this, was really meaningful to us. So as long, and I think this should remain discretionary every year. I am fine with that. But when I see our staff really overperforming in terms of the quality and the dedication to the work that they do, I just don't hear residents complaining about staff. I hear residents thanking and appreciating the staff. And so I am going to support this. So.
May I did push my button.
Okay, can I just go to the other ones and we'll get
No, I pushed my button. Let me just finish what I wanted to say, Mayor. Again, it has no reflection on staff, and many companies, time off is for time off, and that is the reason for it. It's good for people. In terms of the leave not being used, a large amount of leave is cashed out. And so the rules are differ on the type of leave, and sick leave goes to retirement, one thing and another. But my understanding is a number of people cash out, and in large amounts. There was an article in the New York Times that recently the California Highway Patrol, the average cash out of leave was $52,000 a year. So I'm not interested in tracking that. But the point of having people take vacation as opposed to paying the day off, and I have no argument about taking time off at Christmas, is that so that we don't begin to accumulate these really large amounts of leave that we end up paying people for. So anyway, but so that's all I wanted to say. People don't take it, but they get paid for it. So we're basically giving people 3 more paid days that probably they won't. Anyway, all of us have been employees. We know how we would do that. We would take the paid days at Christmas and cash out our vacation. So I just think we need to pay attention to how far we go. I did read the letter from St. Helena. I do not think they get 10 and a half weeks of paid leave at a mid-level manager position. Directors, you're right. Directors are there, and I see our directors out all the time at weird times of the day, and I'm not even broaching that. I'm just talking about this particular group as an example. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thinking back to when we first, this came before us and we voted on it, it was circumstances that we had new council and a lot of unknowns with that, and we had new town manager, or, we were in the thrust of the search. So it was a reward for the circumstances that were just largely unknown for the staff, and staff plugged through. So it was based on merit for that particular situation, and now it's kind of hung on as a tradition. So I think it is right to question it. For St. Helena, it's certainly what their asks were great, and certainly not limited to just holidays. I know we're going to vote on something next regarding education too. So I think we are a step above other jurisdictions, which we want to be, because we have employees that are a step above other jurisdictions, and we want to keep them. And on the other side of the coin, I've always kept a motto for myself, and with my employment situations, which has never been, I will say, this generous, but I'm not going to vote based on that. But work like you're going on vacation tomorrow, and you try to get one more thing done. So by giving people time off, they definitely have a job to do, and they might be more expedient in doing it. So I'm in the middle there.
Thank you. Councilmember Reeves.
I can see the merit in all of the points of discussion. I think time off is definitely warranted for people to rest and renew, and really not meant to be cashed out, I think. And so there's where the disconnect lies, I think. And perhaps that's another discussion, but I'm feeling like those are separate discussions from this item, and this item is about sort of Christmas holiday spirit and the idea that we are grateful to everyone who does above and beyond, and not everybody gets certain kinds of raises or certain kind of bonuses or whatever that happen in the outside world. So I feel like this is a bonus that is warranted by our sort of stellar organization. So I think I would support this.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to just thank Councilmember Tripp for your bringing it up. I think we have to bring this up and talk about it, but I'm going to support this, and I think it's wise, as the mayor says, to have it be something we consider every year. But I think it's something we should provide to staff. I've just lived in a world in my work experience from owning a business where I couldn't afford to provide this type of vacation and vacation pay and wages for employees, and then work for an organization now that maybe puts Wall Street ahead of employees and their customers. So I lean into taking care of the people that do good work for an organization, and so that's where I'm at now. There may be a time in the future we'll need to reconsider it. And again, I thank Councilmember Tripp for bringing this up, because we should always talk about it. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the community. So I support this paid vacation time this year.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing no movement, I will bring it back for final deliberation or possible. Let's get a motion and a second on the table and then deliberate that.
Mayor, I'm happy to move. Consider. Well, let me see. I apologize.
Number G, we're going to consider and discuss.
Okay.
Just move the staff recommendation.
Just reading. Okay, so I move staff recommendation for item 11G.
All right. We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any final council discussion on this item?
Yes.
No buttons lighting up?
Wait. Oh, I hit my mic. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I'm starting to lose it.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor.
Given the work that's been done and will be done in the near future with the Commons and our new entertainment district and the TUP, we are moving forward on a lot of directions. So I am going to support this. But it is definitely something we should review every year. We have to be prudent and watch our TOT, watch our general funds. But I know we're throwing a lot at staff this year, moving forward on all points. So I'm going to vote in support.
All right. Thank you for that. So we have a motion and a second. I don't see any additional council members wishing to speak.
The vote is open.
Okay, thank you.
And that passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you. We have just approved the town council meeting calendar for calendar year 2026 and approving closing town offices for a winter holiday break in 2025. So well done, staff, and this is the council. Thank you for the work that you have done this year.
Yeah, and I just want to, now that you voted, comment in terms of thanking you and on behalf of the staff. Just, I think the gratitude will be great, but I think that I'll make sure that it's communicated by myself and the department heads that this is, obviously something that is an annual thing, that's something that the council is doing for the staff. I want to make, I guess, 2 points. One is, I will tell you, and I hear it all around, but the competition for local talent and local government is a real thing. Whether it's St. Helena or all the way up and down the state, it's a real thing, and we're attracting talent. And I think that more importantly, we're retaining it, because I always say we're retaining experience. So the idea of retention, really starts with culture and obviously benefits. And I always say, we could talk about everything, but 80% of it's money. 20% of it is everything else, which is important. But I do think you have to be competitive in today's market to have talent. And then secondly, one of the great benefits the previous administration did for us is they did 5-year MOUs. So you have MOUs with 2 bargaining groups who are MMP and YEA, just to get the alphabets all straight. Through June of 27, I think, is when they expire. So this will be the time where we talk about this okay, this is something that we need to bargain for, because it is a benefit and it is something that needs to be talked about. So I think as we, march down that path, we have a year and a half. I think it's important for the employees to all be grateful. They appreciate it. I know that. I feel it from this group. But at the end of the day, this is something that we'll have to talk about, when we lead into those, because I haven't done it here. Really, I think the only one that's probably been part of the bargaining, at least of recent, has been the mayor, because I'm not even sure. It was probably right before, right when you got on. So that's a process. We'll be in that process starting in about a year plus, and then this will become, something again that will be discussed. So I appreciate it. I want to make you know that the staff appreciates it, and I think when we get to that point, this is not, a freebie. I think that's kind of sometimes how it gets characterized. This is something that we'll have to look at, in context of our, really kind of our long-term sustainability and financial, fiscal prudence, all those words that we like to use. So, but for today, thank you, and we will bring back a proclamation the first meeting of December, where we will actually do the formal. But we wanted to give everyone the opportunity, including yourselves, to look at the calendar and plan ahead, both on meetings and the holiday break. So thank you again.
Okay, with that, I am very excited to announce that we are on our last administrative item for the day, which is to consider approving the formation of a Business Relations and Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee consisting of 2 town council members. So
yes, I'll quickly introduce this, if that's all right, because I think we've come full circle. We've introduced Bev, and now we're on this item. And I think part of the purpose of this item is to introduce Bev, and I think through the mayor, and I do feel like the idea of an ad hoc is about economic development. We have a new person. We want to introduce them, but we also want to work on a little more granular, sorry, it's getting late, granular level. Granular, thank you. My iPad's running out of juice, as my brain is.
3 syllables,
granular, there you go. With, business relations, because even though we are obviously talking about how great we are and all the things we're doing, there is a need, as you know, for us to all be unified. And I think when I say all of us, I really mean, the council and the staff. But I think through an initiative like this, again, with someone like Bev, and obviously we have Natalie here too from the chamber, but, I want that opportunity to work, where we can demonstrate. And I think the mayor title, as I've mentioned all of you, is an important title. I think Bam, Steph, all of you have been talking about economic development from the beginning. It's kind of been a drumbeat. So I want to be able to work with both of you, keep you all informed. Of course, this is not like something we're going to go off and have meetings and do things. But I think we'll start with a letter from the mayor. That's what I want. I want to work on with the group so that we can introduce Bev. We can talk about our Yountville focus. and we can make sure if there are issues that we may feel, unaligned, that we're having conversations with our businesses and we're getting that alignment that, we talked about at the beginning of the meeting. So that's really the purpose of this, and, it was my idea, so I'm happy to answer any questions, from all of you, but I think it will be a good step for the town.
All right, thank you. Questions from the council on this item? Councilmember Knight, you want to start off?
Just quickly, I support this formation and support the mayor and Councilmember Reeves being appointed. My question just to the town manager, in terms of the way we annually in January review ad hocs and assignments, would this conversation about membership be just a part of that general January meeting review, or where people are involved? I mean, I can see some benefit for having other council members be involved in this process, where we might want to change out this membership in this group as well.
Yeah, I think the conversation in January would be, do we want to make this a standing committee? And if you choose to make it a standing committee, then we can talk about appointments. But, the definition of ad hoc, obviously, specific purpose, specific time, I think Gary and I agree, no more than a year. So if we were to change the makeup, it likely would become a standing committee, and then we'd have to work within, Brown Act and all those things. But that, I think, would be a legitimate conversation to have in January, depending on what happens over the next 4 months.
That's great. I agree. Thank you.
Any other council questions? I will public comment on this item.
I know it's late, so thank you for your due diligence. I was just wondering, as I read this item, why there wouldn't be members of the business community or citizens involved in the ad hoc.
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be involved, but an ad hoc by definition is, 2 council members. We've done this for single-use plastics. We've done this for different things. So that gives, the 2 that are part of this the opportunity to go out and have different meetings and keep the council informed, but they're aware that this is happening. So I think that's the reason. But yeah, I think, we intend to work, closely with Natalie and the chamber and some other obviously big businesses that are trying to understand what we're doing.
Yeah, and I think too that some of the work that we'll be doing, this will be kind of a first for us to directly talk to our businesses in town as the town, about our support for them and sending the message that they're important stakeholders, and that there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes in terms of compliance. You need a use permit for this, or this is, now we have a new ordinance you have to comply with. So a lot of stuff that sometimes we push out, but this will really give a face to, we want to work with you. So if you really have questions, and we see this as we're all in this together to really kind of raise the level of Yountville, as we kind of talked about with a lot of this new stuff we're doing. So I think it's got a lot of PR to it as well. So at least that's part of my vision in the beginning, and we'll see where it goes. Any other questions? Okay, without that, would anybody like to make a motion?
I will move that we approve the formation of a Business Relations and Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee comprised of 2 members of the Town Council.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote, clerk? Yes, we are. Okay.
And that final item passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. The 2 of us will be working with the town manager and get started. So thank you very much for that support. And congratulations, we have made it through our administrative agenda for this evening. So On to item 12. We're almost there. Staff presentation and informational reports.
Yeah, I think you heard earlier, Sam obviously had to leave, but Residence Bash is coming up, so you have to sign up, and I think most people know the drill there. And great
the theme
job.
is sock hop. So
Sock hop,
those
yeah,
of you who are going to
50s,
get
greasers, whatever, all that stuff. So, I think we'll forego the staff reports unless someone has something critical to say. Gary asked if you want the legislative update. We said we'll postpone that for next time.
Seeing no buttons, and we'll just move on to item number 13, council external meeting reports. And in the spirit of brevity, the vice mayor and I, we have a new executive director for MBTA, and we met with her Monday, which is yesterday. So with that, anything else critical?
No.
Okay. And we are now going to move, I know we were planning on not having a meeting on August the 19th, but I've been promised this could be a 15-minute meeting.
Yeah, this will just be the second reading for the public hearings that you heard tonight, and we'll also probably have a fee related to TUPs. So all in that. So yes, 15 minutes unless something crazy happens.
And they might even all be on consent. No,
I think the
they
second
won't.
readings have to be public hearings, so we have to go
second
through.
readings have to be public hearings?
Second readings will be on consent.
Oh,
The-
thank
the
you.
fee-
Okay, well then maybe
Good.
you're right.
The fee will be a public hearing, but the others will be on consent.
Okay.
Okay.
Consent and one public hearing. It will be quick, I promise, council members. We're going to be watching the clock and get it out of here. So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn to our very short meeting on Tuesday, August the 19th at 3 p.m.?
So moved.
I second. Oh, sorry.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Thank you very much. Okay, Jason, turn off the red light and we're ready.